Everybody loved him. Hundreds of people would be by the courthouse, and he, put up his finger to the government, and that's it. This man is dying, and you still have him in solitary confinement. He was tied, his feet to the bed, and his hands were tied to the bed. People want to question if my father was weak or tough. He had a severe kidney infection. He was sick. He didn't get to see a doctor. By the time he got off the bus, he was covered in blood. If there was ever a time to become a rat or something, it would have been then. No, instead he fought 5 trials. Eli has never had any conversation with my father. You lie about my son? Like, this is how sick they are. I defend my family. I think I do a pretty good job of defending my family. But other people defend my family also. I don't ask them to do it, but they do. Hello, Marla.
It's now Robin.
I'm sorry. Hello,
Hello, Angel. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry that we're late. We were having technical difficulties. How is everyone tonight? Let me see. Let's say hello. Hello, Moblin. Hello, Karen. Hello, Edward. Yankees. Hello to Maureen. Kremel, how are you feeling, Kremel? Hello, Victoria Young. Jane Perry, how are you? Carol, how are you, Carol? Let's see. Who else is here? Okay. Hello, Gerard. Gerard, how are you, Gerard? Hello to Kathy. And Carol Quill, how are you? Hello, I hide behind blinds. Hi, Angel. Oh, Anthony, thank you so much. I want to thank you for this Cash App and for the one I got earlier. Thank you very much. You said it was something about my thumbnail. That was in a restaurant called Altadana's that we went to all the time with my dad. And that was my son's baptism, the one where we were there from, let's see, we got there 3:30 in the afternoon and we left 5:30 in the morning for that one. I brought the playpen with me. I brought everything with me. He went to sleep. The baby went to sleep. And, because all the men started playing cards and the women were just, hanging out, talking. Everybody was having a really good time, including my dad. I think he was having the best time. Let's see, who else? Hello, Tina Orlando. How are you? And who else? Hello, Southie in the house. Let's see. Wonder what Lee Cole has to say about Aralata. Lee was roasted, trashed, not sure where the truth lies. He was roasted and trashed by who? Could you tell me who he was trashed by? Was it Aralata? I don't think Lee gives a crap, to be honest. Hi, Sharon. How are you, Sharon? How are you? My pup is much, much, much better. Thank you. It took a few days, but she's much better. She's not attacking, like biting her skin or anything. She's fine. Hello. Thank you for asking, Sharon. And hi, DJ. Never Know Mind. How are you? Uncle Zio out there. I miss him. No, I think they're all mad at me. We'll figure that out later. Hello, Real Deal. How are you, Real Deal? And Real Deal, let me know when or if you would like to come on. Hello, Teresa Murphy. How are you? Hi, Sean.
Hey, Teresa.
How are you, Teresa? Hello, Freeside. Hello, David James. Hi, Angel and Marla. I fell asleep during the show last night, but woke up to Becky O's voice. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to get to all of that. I'm going to discuss all of that. Hello, Susie. How are you, Susie? Midwest Team Muscle. How are you? Hello, Paul Clinton. Hello, Tim in North Carolina. Let the marathon begin. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm now Robin Quivers, formerly known as Angel's favorite token.
I couldn't fit all that in my.
Yeah, I know. Okay, we'll discuss that too. Hello, J.A. Hello, Finn Freak. Let's see. Hello, Devil. Hold on one second. Okay. So they attempted to charge DB with child porn, but the charges didn't stick because it wasn't child porn. Convicted versus accused are two different things. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm live. Thank you. And what's this say? For hello. Thank you, Anthony. Okay. So let's see. Hello, Ron Gross, Steve. Let's see who else is here. I think I got everybody, right?
Yeah.
Steve. Okay. Um, hello, Grind Junior. I hope you're feeling better. Okay. So, Marla, I heard Piggy call Stern a racist a few months ago. Piggy said Stern was his favorite. Yes. And that's what, hello, Renee. This is what we're going to, I'm going to, first, let me explain what happened to last night. When last night, what's that noise? Um, Last night, that show was 7 hours long, right? I think it was 7 hours long. And the beginning was really good. I was really happy with it. I addressed a lot of the lies that Fat Bully told about my daughter being a racist, that my daughter is not a racist because my daughter has a sister that is half black. I also addressed that her friend, let me see, I think I still have his picture in here, and her friend Nick, who Marla's Kevin knew as Fat Nick, and they all used to call him Fat Nick. I never called him Fat Nick because I don't like calling people by those kind of nicknames. So this is Nick, and it was not a hate crime. This was something totally different, but whatever. They made it into a hate crime. Nick did 15 years in prison, got out, got married, has kids now, and has moved on. The person that he did end up beating up for trying to steal two guys trying to steal a brand new car, that person did not die. That person was given a really bad beating, but he did not die. It was not for murder, unlike the people that Piggy, we're going to call him Piggy from now on, that Piggy platforms, okay? See, these are people that Piggy platforms and thinks these are nice guys just because they cooperated, that they've changed their lives around. No, this is a person that's on his show and he platforms, and this guy not only did this with the porn stuff with his girlfriend at the time, but he was involved in or did the murder of an elderly man in a home invasion. But Piggy wants to talk about other people, but he leaves all this stuff out. the people that he now gives a home to, just because they cooperated. He thinks that they changed their lives around. Um, they're still responsible for murders. So if you want to bash one person as a murderer, you want to bash my father as a murderer, you want to bash my father's friends as murderers. You have people on your show that are criminals and murderers as well, and you can't give them a pass while condemning another side, but giving your side a pass. So that's that. And here's another thing I just want to say. Hello there, Real Deal. How are you?
Hello,
Hey, real
hello,
deal.
hello. I slept till noon today.
Well, that's a good thing.
After that marathon.
Yeah, that's a good thing, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I just want to address a few things, okay, Real Deal?
yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Now, let me just say this. I don't think he comprehends something that he's saying he's gonna throw away let me just say, Piggy, listen to me carefully. it it's not a lawsuit from me. It's not a retraction from me. See, you and I have gone at each other for 7 months. You know you started it. So does everybody here. They know you've started it. I never went after your kids. You, on the other hand, have gone after my two kids. uh, Five different reasons why. Some of the reasons being because if somebody on my panel went after your wife, you were going to go after my kids. So we have those videos. Um, I have all the videos, including your video from last night where you say that my daughter is what? Like, what did you even say about my daughter? My daughter had nothing to do with any of this, nothing. So yeah, she has a lawsuit. It's going to be against you. It has nothing to do with me. You cannot just go on and tell people, and especially when it has videos with thousands of views, you can't now just pretend that, oh, nobody's ever going to see this, so it's not really defaming her. Yes, it is defaming her. The horrible things that you said, which included that she was that she gave blowjobs for pills. You said these things. You said that she also screwed half of Howard Beach for pills because she was a drug addict. You also said that she was in a crack motel and a girl died, her friend died. All of these are not true. They're all lies. It's slander. So, yes, you did those things to my daughter. You also said that my son stole from me, he robbed from me, he was in rehab many, many times. My son was never in a rehab. You said my son did heroin. My son never did heroin and he was never in rehab. So, those things, yes, you can be held accountable for them. And especially since I you're not too smart, Piggy. Let's face it, you're not too smart because you actually have a video. I got it now, where you are saying that that you are not going to let the process server in. First of all, we don't need a process server. The fact that for Pennsylvania law is that it was sent registered mail and it was also sent regular mail, and that's all a judge in Pennsylvania needs. So that was stupid. And then you saying that you're going to wipe your ass with it, I think you said, whatever that is. And I don't think you understand this. This is not about money. Everything to you is about money. It's not about money for my daughter. Nobody on here, especially me. Forget about me. Let's just forget about me. My daughter has never said a word about your wife, your daughter, or your kids. Nobody. ever. She's never done that. So what you did to her was truly really unfair and wrong. You went after my daughter because you were mad at people on my panel. Not even so much me, because I didn't say the things, but you were mad at other people on my panel. So you went and lied about my kids. You lied. I have every single video, piggy. And I don't think you understand this. Nobody wants, if you think that my daughter wants to get a sheriff to open up your door and take whatever she wants from your house, first of all, anything that comes out of your house has to be filled with nicotine film. Nobody wants anything from your house. And I don't think you comprehend that a judgment can be placed against you for 20 years, up to 20 years. That's going to affect you for 20 years. So if I were you, and I'm not just telling you this because I want to be the winner here, do what the letter says and apologize and retract what you said and admit that it was a lie. And it's over. It's all over. If you're mad at me, don't take it out on my kids. And that's another thing. That guy in Florida, Flo, you're mad at Chicago Muscle and you're taking it out on my kids. I don't think you comprehend either. It's not a lawsuit from me. I don't care about me. When you slander somebody's children because you're mad at somebody else, yes, that's a lawsuit. And guess what? I'm a Florida resident, so I know I know all about Florida and South Florida and all those Floridian laws that you are saying about. Whatever you have in Florida, guess what? I have in Florida too. So don't ever threaten me. But I'm telling you is that it's wrong to go after anybody's kids, especially my daughter doesn't even know who you are. She doesn't know your name. She doesn't know anything about you. And I've never, ever said anything about your children, your girlfriend, whatever she is, your mother, your father. I've never done that. You're mad at Chicago Muscle. Keep it with Chicago Muscle, not my kids. And you are not going to dictate to me, not you. And Chicago Muscle, neither of you are going to dictate to me who I can and cannot have on my show. Telling you both that right now. Nobody's dictating to me who I can have on my show. Get that through your heads. You want to turn on me? Everybody wants to turn on me? Go right ahead. You want to know something? It's not your kids that are being trashed because you are all anonymous. So your children are all safe. Mine aren't. Now, I have my issues with Piggy in Pennsylvania. I don't have issues with the rest of you. This is not my fight. My fight is not your fight. My fight is with Piggy. Don't tell me what I can and cannot do or what I should and should not do. Because I don't let there was only one man my entire life who could tell me what I could do and what I can't do. And he's dead. He died in 2002. And ever since then, if you don't pay my bills, but you know what? My husband pays my bills and he still can't tell me what to do. How's that? That's just me. That's been me my whole life. Now, also I hear that that this guy thinks I don't even know if I want to address all these things, but sometimes I just have to. I can't let things go. There's a guy named Don Berlin who I'm guessing is a former drug addict or some kind of addict because he's friends with Piggy in his drug and recovery, who thinks that he knows that I've had
issues.
Yeah, like I had so many tragedies in my life that I am batshit crazy.
Right.
First of all, I'll tell you this, Don Berlin. You want to know the one thing that I wasn't? I wasn't a drug addict, and I was never an alcoholic. I didn't have any addictions like that, and I wasn't a hoe who slept around. And so, did I have a lot of tragedies in my life? Yes. But the one thing that I learned from those tragedies was that every single day, I don't ever go without telling my family and my children, especially, how much I love them. That's the biggest thing that I suffer from. I'm always afraid that somebody else is going to die. So I just make sure that I tell everybody that I love them. I don't let anybody ever go to bed or walk out the door without knowing that they are loved, and they never ever go to bed mad. We don't go to bed mad at each other ever. And the one thing about my family and I is that, like my brothers, my sister, my mother, we appreciate each other. We have that appreciation for each other, because when you lose a sibling, you never ever want to lose another sibling ever again.
That's right.
Right? Exactly. So you're fearful that something will happen, but you appreciate that you have them in your life and that they're still alive and I'm still alive and all that crap. So, Mr. Don Berlin, I think you should worry about your drug addiction and recovery, and not worry about me, Angel, who you know nothing about. You know what I say every day? I am blessed. As long as my children and my grandchildren and my brothers and sisters and my mother and my best friends and all my friends are healthy and alive, I'm blessed and I'm grateful. And I'm also grateful for Marla.
Well, thank you, Angel.
Very well said.
Well, I'm just saying, sometimes it's not about money,
Well,
Peggy
yeah.
in Pennsylvania. It's not about money. This is not about money. Do you think I can get? She wants 5 cents from you. She wants nothing from you. She wants a retraction and you to admit that you lied about her and that it's not true. That's what she wants. It's not about money. And she has nothing to do with any of this. You brought her into it. And you could go back to July 9th. That's the first time you said something about my daughter, which was lie. Both my kids, actually. You lied about both my kids because you were mad at somebody else on my show. Not even me. You were mad at somebody else on the show. So you dragged my kids into this. What else did I want to say? You also you called Mr. Smith, who's probably one of the most decent people on here. I say one of a handful. You called him a corrupt cop, and I don't know. You said other bad things about him. That he couldn't. He's a coward because he doesn't go on your channel. No, Piggy. See, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith does have a channel. You can go and look, and yeah, he wasn't a cop, and he's a former cop of 30 years, a police officer. And you know what he did on the side? Aside from being a police officer, he was also a volunteer fireman. So he did a lot more good things than you do. But go check out his channel, and you'll see that because he has videos of himself in fireman's gear and his policeman gear, and he shows you all his guns and he shows you all his toys, and he's quite successful. And he doesn't need to start a channel and do live so he could beg for money like you. He's very successful. But you should check that out. And maybe sometimes people don't want to go on your show, especially somebody like Mr. Smith, is because maybe he feels you are beneath him. He doesn't think that what you do, sitting on YouTube and calling women filthy names and threatening them, is something that men should do. So, and he has voiced that, and he has voiced his concern for the safety of my daughter and myself with some of the stuff that you have said. So, Mr. Smith is a real man, Piggy. Maybe if you go watch his channel, you can learn a thing or two from him.
And a gentleman.
A total gentleman. Exactly. And he has given his opinion because he was genuinely concerned with your behavior towards women, especially me and my daughter. So if that pissed you off, too bad. You know, what could I say about that? Now, here's another thing. I want to just show this. See, this is my daughter. You keep calling her cockeyed. See, there's a funny thing about when you take pictures. If you go sideways, like you tilt your head a little bit, it does look like one eye is like cockeyed, like this. See, that does look like that, right? But whatever. Here's my daughter. See, that's my daughter. My daughter's not cockeyed like you say. My daughter's a beautiful, hardworking young woman. She's a workaholic. That's all she does do is work. So for you to make fun of her and call her names, call her filthy names and call her cockeyed and all this shit, and you said my family is inbred and incest. You know something? Johnny used to do that when he got so mad, like Chris Casparosa and Mob Talk Radio. The first thing that used to come out of his mouth was degenerate things like that they were molested by their fathers. That's what he used to say. And these are the same things that are coming out of your mouth now, like that people want to, like, that I have an abnormal obsession with my father. It's, first of all, I don't comprehend the thought process to even think that, let alone let it come out of your mouth. I don't comprehend that. That's why I think that, in my opinion, that you're not well. I don't know what it is, if it's mentally you're not well, or if it's because of your what is it, addictions, you're not well, whatever it is. But for you to think that about somebody, like somebody, like how somebody could feel about. I adore my father, I adore my mother, I adore my brothers, my sister, my friends, my best friend, Marla, even Real Deal.
No, thanks. I got thrown in the mix.
It's normal. It's normal. It's normal to honor and love your parents. You don't have that. Obviously, you don't have that, because I can't comprehend somebody saying something so sick, like that somebody wants to incest with their father. That's beyond sick. You're sick. And here's my eyes. You said that nobody wanted to, that I was too fat and ugly, so it was hard for me to get boyfriends. No. See that FBS? That's me at 22 years old. I was far from fat and ugly. And this is what I think that you need, seriously. You need bananas. You need This banana wants you to be happy. Look, it's even smiling. FBS, put some more bananas in your diet. You'll be a much happier person. I have a banana every morning. How about you, Marley? You have bananas?
Yeah, tell him they go in his mouth.
I just had one about 2 hours ago.
Oh, you did, Real Deal. Good for you.
That's why
Good
I'm
for
happy.
you. So I was looking. Wait, I found some other photos I think people will like. Look at this. Oh, this one I have a double of. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, so what else is in here? Okay. Look at this. This is a really old photo, and I don't even know what year this is from. This is from the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. Look, that's my dad. Can you all see him?
Oh, wow, yeah. He's in a doorway, right? Coming out?
Yeah, that's him in the doorway. That's at the Bergen.
Handsome man.
Thank you. That's the old, they redid that whole entire place.
Yeah, that's from the 70s.
Yeah, I think early 70s. But look
Yeah,
at him.
I could tell by the pants.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I know I'm from that generation. You know,
Oh, right. Yeah.
your father's a few years older than me, but you know,
Oh, that's right. He was older than you.
that much.
And look, this is I think everybody has seen this because it was all over the internet. I shared it once and it went all over. But that little boy is my son. That's Frankie. That is him probably 30 something years ago. And that's us going out. I think it was Mother's Day or Easter, one of them.
It looks like Frankie Boy.
Who? Oh, my little Frankie? Yeah, my grandson? Yeah, it does, right? If his hair was lighter, it would look like him, yes. But that is my dad with his grandson, and he has a smile from ear to ear. Piggy, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's just a shame that you're so bitter and ugly and so vicious.
Yeah.
Right? So vicious.
And tonight he's platforming that Santos guy.
Yeah, good for him.
So go figure. The hypocrisy is
exactly. Well, okay. Oh, and Nick. Okay, so we're done with that. Okay, I think that's good, right?
Yeah.
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 We cover all our bases here.
Yep, I'm done, and that's it. And now, I don't do we don't do whole shows based on him. That's a lie. And so I get out what I have to get out in the beginning, and until like somebody texts me and says something, then I get upset. But what was I going to say? Yeah, you're right, Mark Schumacher. That's right. If I were you, I would apologize and save yourself 20 years of pure hell. He thinks that he's won so many lawsuits because he didn't pay credit card debt. This is different than that.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. They wipe that debt off at the end of the year.
And I don't know too much about Pennsylvania law, but I do know in most states, you get served and you get a registered mail to show up for a lawsuit, and you don't show up, and you get served again, and you don't show up. Well, then the judge will take that as you don't care, and the lawsuit will prevail.
Exactly.
So he's only cutting up his nose to spite his face.
Exactly. He thinks that this is about money, like that we're going to get a sheriff and bust open your door. No, it's not about that. It's not about anything monetary, nothing. It's not about that. Do the right thing. Be smart. Do the right thing. She had nothing to do with anything. Apologize. Admit you lied or say it wasn't true, whatever way you want to word it. And that's it.
And mean it.
And mean it. Exactly. She did not deserve for you to do what you did to her. That's it. Okay. So, yeah, Pennsylvania is a little different. Hello, Renee. Life's getting much better. The Shih Tzu puppy is now out of the training cage most of the time. He's a good dog. His name is Biscuit. Oh, how cute. Good. Good. Very good.
They are lovable dogs. I had 2 of them.
Yeah, Shih Tzu. I used to have a Shih Tzu a long time ago, too. So how's everything, Tommy?
Everything's good.
Yeah, everything is good? Okay.
Yeah, I was listening. I was in the same chat with you today with MRE. Was that something else or what?
You know what? I was listening to the chat. I mean, I was listening to it, but I was getting ready to feed the cats and the dogs and all that, so I wasn't sitting at the computer. But are you talking about the Jimmy A. Light thing?
Yeah, I never heard that goofball before. But you can't even follow what he's saying. He goes from one thing to the next, and he contradicts himself from one sentence to the next.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And I wanted to look for the interview that he did with Frank Morano, but I won't use a certain website that it's on so anymore ever again. So I have to go back and look on my shadow page. I have to go find it on my Facebook. And I got up to 2000, I think 2018, because I have a lot of posts on there. And then the phone rang, so I couldn't. And the phone rang with breaking news. The phone rang with breaking news of I think Stax had it. Did everybody watch Stax tonight? Stax
Yeah.
had breaking news. Oh, you did
Yeah.
watch it. Yeah.
About Tonto?
That's very sad. Very
Yeah.
sad situation. That
Well,
girl's going to end up getting hurt. I hope not. I really truly hope not. I
Wow.
tried to give her advice like I would give my own daughter, but let's see what happens.
Obviously, she has issues also.
I don't know why she would.
That's what some people just love to be abused.
I don't know.
For some reason. I mean, it's a shame, but if it's true what happened today, he as you know, in Florida, they have the habitual offender laws. He's going away.
Listen, the thing is that everybody keeps saying, here's the thing with the government. The government thinks that no, you know what? It's not even the government. It's not that they think it. The government knows it, but the government wants us to think that just because these people, all of them, that they testified, they've changed. But they haven't. We've all seen it. They haven't changed.
Well, they know they haven't changed, but when they get backed into a corner, and I'm talking about law enforcement or the government per se, they have to do something about it. They can't just let these people do whatever they want. For example, the scumbag Garano, didn't he get 20 years after he took a plea? I mean, after he opened up. So it's not impossible for that to happen. They're only going to take so much of their bullshit.
Wait, Ange, what are you talking about? He said he's going to kill their mother. Who are you talking about? Angela? Yeah, you know what? First of all, as soon as she graduated high school, she went to an all-girls Catholic high school. As soon as she graduated, she went straight to California and helped her father run 2 pizzerias. She's in a magazine with her dad, and she ran his 2 pizzerias, and then was going to school at that time too. My daughter's been a workaholic since the day she started working. So no, she was nothing like that. She never did any of that crap. No, she's not. Who's Angela talking about? Does anybody know?
She said it right here.
What'd she say? Piggy threatened to kill Victoria's mother? What do you mean? Me? He threatened to kill me? Oh, you mean that time with that threat, or he threatened me recently again?
Oh, she said yes.
Yes, what? He threatened me recently? Is that what she's saying?
I can't read the chat, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I think her and Nitro are talking about the same thing.
Yes, he did, Angela. There is a video proof of him saying it. Yeah, but is it the old one that I have, or is it the new one? No, not recent. Oh, okay. Yes, he does. He thinks he can ignore it.
Let him think it. It's to his own peril.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I says, let him think it. It's to his own peril.
Yeah, it is. Truthfully.
So
Okay.
sometimes people think they're so smart they outsmart themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they think they're so smart. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way. So
Hmm.
every dog has his day.
Hold on. I meant to tell you last night, Piggy, someone in his chat said Marla's. What? Um. Okay, I'm gonna text that to Marla. Thank you. I didn't know that. All right, I'll text you this, Marla. I'm sorry, everybody. Just give me 1 minute. I didn't know this. Where are you, Marla? Okay. Now I
Right
want to.
here.
What?
Right here.
Oh, yeah, I know you're right there. Oh, and another thing. This is what I wanted to say. Also, is that please. Hello, chatting with Stacks. I was just talking about your breaking news. Um, I just want to say this. I love everybody that comes on here. I love when people come on here because we get to all talk, and I love picking at people's brains, and I want to know everything. I'm nosy like that. I want to know like what makes them tick, what makes them do this, or what have they done in their lives, what haven't they done. I like all of that. But please do me a favor, please. Please don't drop a link unless I say it's okay, because it last night was, to me, was real deal. Let me ask you a question. What did you think about how the last hour and a half of the show last night?
Well, without sounding, putting Becky O down. She stated that she's got ADHD. I think she's got some other issues. Uh, she just looks to fight. She'll pick out one word in a sentence and she'll make it a paragraph with an argument. Sometimes she doesn't make any sense at all, and then she'll start laughing. Now, when she told that story about when she was in court and called the judge "Your Highness, Your Majesty," I almost fell off the chair laughing.
Yes, she's
And
very funny. She is
yeah,
very funny.
so when she gets off topic and starts talking about stuff like that, she's hilarious. But she just wanted to make herself right, and I could see her point when she was talking about, because I don't know what Lee said. I don't know anything about that situation. But if it came down the way she said it did, I can understand her being a little upset.
I
If
never
we,
heard him say it. I don't.
well,
I think.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he did or
Yeah,
not.
I don't know. But I said okay. I apologize.
Right. You
And I was
apologize.
wrong, but it
You
didn't matter. I
apologize.
said it 5 times.
But you didn't apologize the way she wanted you to apologize. And so she made an argument about that.
Well, I just didn't want to like continue the argument.
Angel, you apologized, period.
Yeah.
She just wanted to make you apologize in the way she wanted you to apologize.
What I tried it like 5 different times.
I know that. But in her mind, she don't want to win the war. She just wants to win the fight at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's just very argumentative at times. And, who knows the reasons why? Nobody knows what goes on in her life. When she started talking about massages, and then when that guy got on from England,
Oh, C is great. I loved having C on.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
funny.
what he was trying to say when he said Grimes, she took that as an insult. And of course, you had to put her straight and let her know that they have different sayings for different things that we have, but it means the same thing, only in a different, language, different country.
Right,
And she
right.
does, and she can't understand that. So
Yeah, no, I know.
yeah, it got
But
crazy. But
that's why, yeah, I took it down. I put it on unlisted because when you do normally you could edit out stuff like you take out like a little section of something.
right, right.
When you have a show that's 6 and 7 and 8 hours long, you can't do it. They won't let you edit it. So I feel bad because it actually when it ended, it had like 2,300 views or something like that, something around there, 20 something hundred.
So you
I
had to take the whole show down?
Yeah, so I put it unlisted because listen, that kind of talk, that kind of language from I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you. No, I'm not talking about. Listen, Marla, we could sit here. I said the F word 5 times yesterday.
She was, Angel was talking about her massaging feet and all that.
Just
Shit.
no,
Oh,
other things like just certain things. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just
she
don't.
worked. She worked in porn films,
Yeah, just certain things,
and then she wonders why people talk about her.
yeah.
well, that was my point that I was bringing up last night.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't think she comprehends any of that. She opens, just like I was telling Chicky, when you open the door for people to make statements, they're gonna make them. So
Mhm.
don't open the door.
Exactly. There's two other things we want to talk about. First, let me just say this, Marla, before we talk about that, only because um, somebody, Thin Gray Line, went and told the guy in Florida that Chicky was going to go on his show Monday. And absolutely not true. Chicky is not going to be on that show. Not true. So everybody get your panties out of the bunch that they're all in because Chicky will not be on that show. Now, last night there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. Chicky was not being disrespectful in any way. What Chicky was trying to say is if you're having a problem and this is all a problem, look, this is what I did. I showed my DD 214 and he said it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but if it's a problem, he said, show your DD 14. You could cover your name.
well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not his place to tell anybody what to do. Just because he did it doesn't mean anybody else has to. Like I stated last night, I
Yes,
have
but
a DD 214. I have it sitting right here in my file. I can whip it out right now and show everybody. I'm not gonna. I don't have to. I know what I did. I know I served in the service.
right.
So why do I have to prove it to anybody?
That's not what he was saying. He didn't say that anybody had to do that.
He wanted Muscle to show us DD.
No, you're wrong. I could, if you want, we could go back and I could play it right
All
now.
right. Well, tell me where I'm wrong.
Because what he was saying is, if they're giving you a hard time, they lied about me too. He said they said I had stolen valor, so I I went and put it out there. I showed everybody, look, I'm not stolen valor. That's what he was trying to say. Not what he was saying that anybody had to do it, but that if they were getting harassed by it, that they can do that. That's what he was saying.
Okay. Well, then I misunderstood him.
Yes.
Because I thought he was saying Muscle should show us.
No.
Because that's what Muscle was getting upset about.
Exactly. It was a misunderstanding. And I went back and I played it again today, this morning. I played it to see if what Chicky said that started all of this. And
because I misunderstood him too, and I was getting upset. I was
Exactly.
getting upset too, so I can understand where Muscle was coming from. 'Cause
Right.
He must have misunderstood him also. You
No,
know,
exactly.
nobody has to prove themselves to anyone.
Uh, no, and let me tell you this: the fact that people on here have the right to remain anonymous, can is their right to remain anonymous, and that's it. Just like MRE had the right to remain anonymous.
And if somebody really wanted to check to see if somebody was in the Marines, there's ways of checking to see if somebody served. There's ways of doing that.
Really? Oh, Raymond, this is your real pick. Very nice. Very nice. And thank you for the super chat. Very nice. So yeah, you could be in the boxing
Well, he's got boxing gloves on.
yeah, the boxing challenge. Now, Marla,
Yeah.
what do you want to talk about?
Apparently, there was some kind of a conversation about my son stole my car. No, my car was stolen when I lived in Scranton, but ironically, and this kind of shows you how much of a small world it is, it was a group of little boys. They were all minors, but a couple of them had pending charges. One of them was from York, and I knew him, which kind of helped me out with some other stuff later on down the line. But the little boys that stole my car are actually in jail. The one that was the oldest got 10 years.
Really? So your
Well,
son
he had other charges. I'm not saying he got 10 years for stealing my car, but he was on probation and then he did this. And I think they was already kind of getting tired of him because he had some serious, I didn't know until I went down there and they told me what had happened, who the little boys were. And they were just neighborhood kids. And one of them came to apologize. He got a couple of years, but I think he might be out now. One got probation because he told on the other ones. He got probation because he told on the other ones. But the one kid from York got 10 years. And that was in Scranton, and that was years ago. My son didn't have anything to do with that.
yeah, so your son didn't steal anybody's car.
No. The little boy the one that was driving, he's the one I think that he got the most time.
Yeah, because he violated his probation.
Yeah, he got the most time. It didn't have nothing to do with me pressing charges because if they were willing to pay for the damages, I would have ixnayed everything.
Right.
But he had pending stuff. Like he had some for a little kid. I mean, I don't mean little kid, but like he was a teenager,
Yeah, so the
17, 16 something years old.
The
He has some serious charges. Yeah.
The state wasn't dropping the charges.
Yeah, exactly right. He had some serious stuff pending. So that didn't have nothing to do with my son. That was a group of neighborhood boys that got caught up.
Okay.
So
yeah, so that's another not true thing.
Oh, so what were they trying to say? Did you call the cops?
No, they were trying to say that
they said my son stole the damn car. My son wasn't even there.
Oh,
yeah.
geez.
My son wasn't even there.
That's not.
But, no, it was just a group of neighborhood kids. I think they had tried to steal somebody else's car and it didn't work out, and they just happened to get into mine, and they got caught.
I love those glasses on Jane.
Yeah, me too.
She looks so cute.
Yeah, I know. Me too. And Jane said, please hit that like button. And thank you, Jane. B1 says he'll never admit he's a liar. It would be the death of his show. No,
You're
that's
100%
be
right.
A gentleman. One time in your life, you can be a gentleman and just admit that you heard something and it turned out not to be true. Whatever.
Well, but then he loses his whole narrative. His whole narrative of picking on you and your family and your father and everyone else. That's what B1 is trying to say.
Ange just sent me a text from Mark Schumacher. Mark, it says, I just hope Angel got the super chat I sent last night. It was a lot of money, but it never came up on my screen. But my bank said it went through. I didn't see it at all.
Well,
I
you
didn't
better,
see the super chat. No, I'll go back and check if you guys want to.
we'll carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to carry on for a minute, let me just check the. Let me check this show right here.
All right, Marley, you're gonna have to post the chats because I can't see them.
Okay, let me see.
Hold on. Hold on.
I wish I could figure out how to do that without losing the screen.
Oh, that was creepy. Hold on. Please hit the like button, everyone.
Hit the like button.
Well, thank you, B1.
Analytics.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be mean to her. Like, I got irritated because I feel like she came in here with a funky attitude and it wasn't necessary.
Yeah,
like
Marley, you did put her in her place, rightfully so. B1 is right. And you weren't trying to be mean. You were just being honest.
I'm sorry, Mark. Wait, I'm sorry, everyone. Let me just say, no, there's no super chat. There was only one super chat or two super chats last night equaling $7. So there was no super chat last night, Mark. I don't know why your bank is saying it went through. You have to contact them because. Oh, shoot. Oh, shut up, Angel. Shut up.
what?
No, because I went to check the show we did last night, and no, and it kept playing when I kept hitting stop. It was still going. So no, Mark, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. And I would have thanked you if I did. Okay, I'm sorry. What were you two talking about now?
No, we're talking about B1's comment right there.
Marla, you were the only one who talked to her like she deserved it. Oh, did you, Marla?
I didn't.
Oh,
I got fussy with her. I did get fussy with her, and then it just kind of ended. But I just felt like she was coming in here with a stank attitude, and it wasn't necessary.
Oh, that's right. You did. I did. That's right. I muted myself because I was laughing. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. They're saying little Chucky is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. She's a good kid. That's what bothers me the most is that she really is such a good kid. Good, always good. Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, that's right. So last night that I forgot about you and Marla. You Marla with her, trying to calm her. I don't know what even.
Well, she got upset because when she comes on here, sometimes she gets muted. Now, I've never muted her, but then she sit there and tried to say that I mute her too. And so it was like, no, what the hell am I lie for? Like, if I muted you, I'm going to tell you I muted you. So when she started off last night, she said something like Angel muted me. I said, no, I muted you. And because she came on here, she tried to say that she wasn't coming at Real Deal. But from anybody who was in the chat clearly saw she was coming at him like some type of way in the chat. And then when she got on here, she's like, you're not going to dictate to me. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. You're not coming up here with all that. You're not doing all that. So I muted her so that he could speak and get his point across. And so then once he did that, I unmuted her so that she could speak. And then she got a little funky attitude because and I just had to let her know, look here, I'm the HNIC on this side. You don't run shit here. You're not going to sit here and come on here and disrespect guests coming in here, disrespecting the host, just being disrespectful. I mean, it wasn't called for. I mean, damn, you old enough to know better.
I don't think anybody should be disrespecting Tommy Real Deal. Sorry.
Well,
I just don't say it.
If I deserve it, then I deserve it. But I didn't do anything to deserve it.
And that's what he was trying to tell her last night. That's all he was trying to tell her last night. Like, I've always given you flowers. I've always asked how you were doing. I've always been respectful towards you. And it was like she wasn't trying to hear that. It didn't matter how much anybody, it just seemed like it didn't matter what anybody said. She was just being accusatory and just like she had this chip on her shoulder. Like it wasn't nothing nobody did last night would suffice. And it was like, no, we're not about to have this.
Yeah.
So that's all it was.
I don't know which Frankie you're talking about, Borgata ass, but you can check out my son. He has his own gaming channel, and he plays games with his son. So you could go over and see what kind of an addict he is not.
Why would he say something like that?
Who cares? Because this is what the other side does. They do stupid things like that. But like I said, find a rehab that my son was at, because he was never in rehab in his entire life. So good luck trying to find one. This is, that started from my lawsuit. And you know what's funny is that if Piggy and Pork Piggy, just unhid his shows where he defended me and had me on, he purposely has them unlisted. They're private, whatever. And it clear, if you go to Angel Gotti, part of his little section playlist there, it tells you 8 shows are hidden, or whatever the words are. You could see where he defended me and my children, and where he went after Gene Barillo because of that lawsuit. And he went after Gene Barillo for lying about my kids and me. But he doesn't want you to see that now. He has all those shows on private. Well, I don't know if it's private or
because it makes him look like a hypocrite.
Right. Those are hidden.
He doesn't want anybody to come back at him.
Oh, okay. Here you go, Angel.
What? Oh my God, Mark Schumacher, that's so nice of you. You didn't have to do that.
What a good man you are, Mark.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Thank you.
So that's sweet.
That's very nice. Thank you. That's wow.
I was just checking my bank account to see if my Cash App went through the other night. When I donated $99.99.
Yes, it went through.
Well, I didn't know, because when you just said you didn't see Mark's.
I said to Tommy Real Deal, are you losing it? Don't you remember I thanked you? Possibly. Don't you remember those little bells, that little cha-ching sound went off, and I thanked you? Oh no, you didn't do the Cash App. I mean, it was up on the screen.
Right.
But I did. I thanked you. Of course I thanked you.
I know you did thank me, but I forgot. I just wanted to check to see if it went through with the bank. Follow me?
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. Hello there, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Angel, and all in chat for standing up for me. Always, Mr. Smith, you stood up for me.
You're a good man. You deserve it.
That's right. He is a good man. Hello, Edwin.
Respect begets respect.
Exactly. And like I said, anybody could go check out his channel and see if Mr. Smith is lying or not.
I got to step away for a minute.
Go right ahead. What was that clown bad mouthing Mr. Smith? Yeah, exactly. Well, I can tell you this. He does not like cops. He doesn't like cops. He once did a show where I don't know what was on his mind when he did it. I was friends with him then, and I'm like, oh my God, what is he doing? Because whether he likes it or not, the majority of all of our followers are Trump supporters. So I was confused, like, why would you do this? And he did a show, and he came out and said that firemen were the true heroes and that cops weren't. And then it started getting into the Second Amendment, I believe. and people were really upset because, like they were talking about 9/11 and how many cops went into that building and how many of the cops died as much as firemen. So then he put the show on private. He unlisted it. I don't know what it is when you hide a show. It's unlisted or private, whatever it was. But yeah, that was a problem. But he does not like cops. Palato. Imagine being that dude's neighbor. He even said his TVs were tapped or something. Who's that? Who said their TV was tapped?
I guess he said it.
I don't know who he is. I never heard him say his TV was tapped.
The only cops he likes are the ones that use his cooperators, the ones he platforms.
Yeah, he must. Hello, Carol. Angel, that would mean he'd have to man up and apologize. We all know he isn't a man.
Absolutely.
See, he said something like that, that the only way he will retract and apologize is if I retract and say anything about his wife and his family. Listen, Piggy, get this through your head. It's not me. It's not my lawsuit. It's not me. And how about I make a deal with you? How about this? Because I adore the ground my daughter walks on, and I'm a better person than you and everybody you know. If it will get you to get up there and admit and retract, first of all, retract what you said about my daughter, admit that it's a lie, and apologize. I will apologize for everybody and anybody that came on this channel and myself for ever saying anything about you or your family. How about that? I apologize, Piggy. Somebody run over and tell him. I apologize for everything. Now do the right thing by my daughter. How's that?
It can't be more fair than that.
Okay.
Has he ever shown these videos that he says where you're talking about his wife? Like, where's the proof that you ever said it? You ever said anything? Like, wouldn't that just be the easiest way to disprove?
Yeah, go right. But you know what? Let's not even, you know what? You want to say I did it. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. It'll never happen again. Now do the right thing by my daughter and my son. And my son. You have to do it for both my kids. Now do it, Piggy. Seriously, I apologize. Nobody will ever talk bad about anybody in your family ever again. Now do the right thing by my daughter and son.
That's a challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Everything's always a challenge. He never answers any challenge. He said that I took pills. I never took pills. Let's do a drug test. I offered him this. Let's you and I do a drug test. And if I fail my drug test, you can keep my channel. You can have everything. You can keep it. I'll even pay you. I'll give you money too. $100, whatever you want, $500. If I fail my drug test. And if you fail your drug test, you just have to leave me the F alone. That's it. Nothing more. Because I know I'm going to pass it, and I have a feeling you will not. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. What else were we talking about? Oh, I dropped the link. Somebody wants to come on. So I dropped the link for him. Huh. Here we go, Mr. Smith. I did 30 years as a cop, and during half of that time, I was what's a volley FF? What is a volley?
A volunteer firefighter.
A volunteer firefighter. Busy, great days, lots of great people, training and experiences. Yes, you did, Mr. Smith. And if anybody doubts that, just go on to his channel and you'll see all of this.
Why would he have? Why would he even lie about or exaggerate about something like that? That's what you would call stolen valor.
Exactly. Well, that's what a certain person in Pennsylvania said, that he was probably if he is even a cop, or he was a corrupt cop, or it's just so ridiculous. Why would he sit on a panel with a mass murderer's daughter? That's what he said. A mass murderer's daughter. My father is now a mass murderer.
Well,
Mass murderer.
he's
Yes,
got
my father
some
was a
he's
mass
got some
murderer.
coyotes. He sits on a panel with a bunch of rats.
Yes, but why would Mr. Smith, a former police officer of 30 years, sit on a panel with a mass murderer's daughter?
Because you're not responsible for your father's actions.
Yes.
And he wasn't a mass murderer.
Right.
That's like, they exaggerate so much on that side to try to make things sound so much like they're so dramatic. You can see why they don't get laid.
What?
They're so dramatic. I've never seen men act like this. I mean, this is like, I think if you want to get like a temperature gauge of where we are as a society, like the skanks and dirtballs, you got to come on YouTube. Because, I mean, you can't beat this. This is like ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't make it up.
You can't make this shit up. You really can't.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh. Somebody has just his regular name, so that must mean he's in a bad mood.
Superstar is here.
I'm not in a. I'm actually in a good. I'm not going to be that long because I ordered the UFC fights tonight. I just wanted to say a couple things if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Well, let me just say one thing. Did you see that breaking news?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
That's one of the things I want to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I noticed that only has 300 views. I mean, that's some really good stuff that Stax did. That deserves a lot more people. I think that people really got to see the work that he's doing. He's been doing a great job lately, and I was watching that today, and that was so well done. I was going to talk about it, but I said I ain't talking about it because I think that Stax has it covered, and he should be the one talking about it.
I think that Stax is underrated.
Very.
Exactly. I think that he does do excellent shows. I enjoy them, and I think that everybody should go follow Stax. Give him a sub. Just give him a sub. He really is good. I admit, in the beginning, I wasn't crazy about Stax. I didn't like him. I didn't like some things that he talked about. I didn't like some people that he talked about. I didn't like some people that he had on his show. But I really like him now. I really do.
He's not that same person anymore. I mean,
Exactly.
the way, we all change and mature. And I mean, just watching his show today was a pleasure, just the way he does it.
Yeah.
And I think that that show should have a lot of views, people. If you haven't seen it, you really got to go watch it.
It's like anything else. It's like anything else, Lee. Like you said when you first started on YouTube, you made a lot of mistakes. Everybody has to grow, and then you grow into what your show really wants to be about.
Yes.
And that's what happened with Stax, and because I didn't like him at first either, but I grew to like him.
Exactly. Me too.
Just like I didn't like you at first, Lee.
I know. Hey, listen. None of my wives ever liked me. No, that's okay. No, listen. No, that's fine. That's fine. No, I'm not sensitive. No, I want to also talk about Mr. Santos. Mr. Santos. I really didn't know much about you, but I read your court dockets today and everything. I just put together a nice hour video on you that I'm probably going to drop tomorrow. So you have fun over there telling your little stories, okay? Because your stories don't match up with court documents, brother. So we'll straighten your stories out tomorrow. So you go over there, tell all your BS stories to FBS, and then we'll put out the real facts tomorrow. How's that, my man?
That's perfect.
Yeah, and Mr. Santos, you made a comment that you're insulting John Gotti. Are you kidding me, dude? You folded like a tent. Mr. Sex Tape Man, you're talking about John Gotti Sr. who went to prison like a man, and you fucking started screaming and crying? Really, dude?
these were little punks in the neighborhood. You do realize that, right?
Yes, yes. Oh, Angel, I got so much information on him today. I asked one person to send me a bunch of stuff, and he did. And I'm not going to say who it is, but thank you to that gentleman.
Okay.
And yeah, that's because Angel knows I didn't know anything about this guy. That's how popular he is. And then Angel sent me something, and I read up on him, and I just found it fascinating, his story. And then I started reading it and saying, this guy's a vile piece of garbage. And he's over there talking about John Gotti, insulting the Gottis. I'm thinking, are you crazy, dude? You are like,
I mean, this is what I mean. These were neighborhood kids. These were neighborhood punks. This guy, you killed an elderly man. What are you talking about? Who are you to talk about anybody else? Like,
oh, he's another Angel. He's another Jimmy Calandra. Everything's an accident. You know, everything's. But we'll clear that up tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. So you can't afford to talk about anybody else, especially John Gotti.
No. Okay, if he wants to talk, he can talk about anybody else in this world. But dude, you can't even. You should be like Medusa. You should turn to stone once you say the name John Gotti. As soon as it comes out of your mouth should fall the fuck off.
Yeah. But that's what he's opened up his door to. If Chicky does go on that show, it won't surprise you. Well, you're wrong, Johnny Truelove, because he's not going on the show. But that's what he's opened up his channel to. He is now he's now the home for them to go to, and that's it. And they can lie.
But Angel, these guys, Angel, these guys that he has on his show. I'm talking about Aralotta. I'm talking about this guy, Handsome. I don't even want to call him Handsome Jack. How about if I call him Snitch Face Santos? Okay, and Frank Fortellini. These guys are like, not only were they rats, but they were low life human beings.
Yep.
Are they pretending that they were more than what he was? Is he pretending that he was like a maid and stuff?
No, his problem is that he keeps, to get on FBS's good side. Why anybody wants to get on good FBS? First of all, FBS doesn't have a good side, and to try to get on his good side, you think you can right away attack John Gotti, dude? Are you kidding me? You know what a clown you sound like?
Mm-hmm.
Very good points.
Here's the thing that hi Chicky. Hello Chicky. Here's the thing that people don't here's the thing. See, I have to tell everybody this because I once had like a little bit of I'm not going to say an argument. I didn't have an argument. Maybe my brother gave me like a little tongue lashing because he said, why do you answer these rats? Why do you don't have to defend me. Don't defend me. He said, because I don't give two shits what these people have to say about me. Do you understand that? And he goes, I appreciate everything you do, Angel, but don't bother because I don't lose any sleep over these people. These people are mutts. These people are cowards. So it doesn't matter. You want to talk about who cares? Just don't lie. Did he lie? Did he say he met my father and sat with him at the Bergen?
I don't even know. I didn't want to watch that crap.
All right. So
I heard the first. I heard the first 5 minutes of it. The first 5 minutes. The first thing. What if you're a rat and the first thing you bring up is insulting John Gotti, your father?
Yeah.
If once you do that, you lose all credibility in anybody's eyes. No rat should ever mention John Gotti's name. Whether you like John Gotti or not, no rat should mention his name.
And you know what? Don't because FBS is going after me. You want to be a part of the in crowd. I guess he thinks that's the in crowd, and then you join in, and you in your comment you say you call me a blowjob. You're I'm not gonna get as low as them. Whatever.
Angel, don't worry, I'll take care of him tomorrow.
Wait, when I showed my my friends who are still around in Howard Beach, and I mentioned the name, they were like, "Who?" And then I said, I don't know, there's this article over here. And they were like, oh my God, him? He wasn't anything. He was nothing. Nothing. These people get on here and pretend. Look, did you see Jimmy A Light? Did you see MRE tonight with Jimmy A Light? Jimmy A Light. There's interviews with Jimmy A Light. He's all over my shadow page. There's interviews with him. He was never anywhere near anybody at the club. Never, ever. If his brother was only at my house, I think one time, 2 times. One time he was outside. One time he was inside. Jimmy A Light was never inside.
Angel, wait a minute. I could swear there was a video of Jimmy A Light driving your father in a limo.
Yeah, all right.
And on top of that, as he was driving them, there was a million women chasing the car, all yelling, "Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy." Yeah. I remember Jimmy A Light said to me, "Lee, all these women want me." He goes, I've had a million women in my life. Make sure you tell them that." I'm like, okay. He literally told me to say, and talking about Gene, the last conversation I had with Gene Barillo, and this is the last, I said to Gene told me that he was going down to Florida to be with this girl. So at that point, I said, "Gene, I cannot talk to you no more because you're self-destructing." I said, "When you go down there with this girl, you're going to destroy your life." Boom, Gene. So, you know, I don't wish any, but so, good point. If you get in trouble in Florida, you know, the feds ain't going to bail you out there. Florida's going to hold you. They're going to put you in prison, and then they're going to hand you over to the feds.
Yeah, Florida's no joke. I'm a Florida resident, people. Florida is no joke. Not that I ever got in trouble, but still.
Don't ever. Yep.
All my cousins are in Florida. All my cousins all live in
Well, that's the
Florida.
main reason I don't want to go there.
Yeah, no, I love Florida. But listen, I want to say my phone was on silent and I missed that little cha-ching. But Anthony, thank you so much. And Anthony, I don't know if you want me to read what you wrote. I don't know. I don't know if you want me to read what you said, but I feel I'm very happy that you're here and I would never turn on you. But thank you. Thank you very much. But go ahead, Lee. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about?
I'm sorry that I interrupted you.
Well, listen, I'm sorry that you did it, dude. Just don't do it again.
I've
I've been off your show for a day and a half, and your numbers are plummeting. So you know I'm trying to help you right now.
Well, I'm up against a few different shows right now. That
But you're up against the handsome guy. First of all, if you got to call yourself
I'm up against somebody else too who's being a little spiteful, but that's okay. That's okay. Whatever. I don't care. You want to know why Lee called? Because if the live viewers aren't here, it doesn't matter because my views beat Pork Piggy. My views beat his shows. That's all. My views beat his views. Doesn't matter how many live viewers
I'm going down Angel Boulevard. There she goes down Angel Boulevard.
It doesn't matter. They always come back and watch anyway, so it doesn't matter. But go ahead.
Okay. Are you going to come back to Queens Boulevard and get the hell off Angels Boulevard?
Yeah, all right. We're on Queens Boulevard now.
No, where was I?
We were just going to say that they called me, Sean. Then Gray Line called Chicky, and Chicky is not going on that show Monday.
Well, you know what, Chicky? He put it out there like you were talking to him. So if he did that and if he's lying, you should question whether he's your friend.
No, he's not his friend. We all know Gray Line.
No, here's what I'd just like to say. My only problem with that is why would he come out and say it so blatantly? Like, and he literally had a 10-minute conversation about it.
Who did? Oh, let's drop the link for Chicky. Come on, Chicky. Come up.
Great idea. Come up here, Chicky.
Yeah, and how come there's only 90 likes, people? Please, excuse me, I got the hiccups again. Please hit the like button. Please hit that like button. And when you're watching this on the replay, could you please hit the like button when you're watching this tomorrow?
You're starting to beg just like Diggy.
I'm not begging for money. That's a big difference.
Oh yeah, I want to hear something funny. When Mark Schumacher said that he sent you a pretty big to your chat, not your chat, your Cash App.
Yeah, no.
And then when you said it wasn't in there, I go, let me go check mine. Maybe he accidentally sent it there. I looked and I said, damn it, it's not there. Where is it?
It's up. We're coming up to it. But hi, Sons of Italy. You're too funny, Lee Cole. Let's see. I'm going to scroll. See, here it is. Thank you. I'm sorry, for some reason they refunded it. So we will do this again, Angel. Thank you so much. I'm going to thank you again, Mark.
And Mark, I think they refunded mine too.
Okay. This is so scary.
I like to say today, I know you know this, Angel, but for the last day and a half, I felt like shit. And excuse my mouth. But I felt horrible. I'm starting to feel a little bit better tonight. But a lot of this is all this stress on here. I mean, just when you think that this genre can't get worse, it gets worse. Every day it gets to a level of going deeper and deeper in the sewer.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's nonstop. It's like people might say, oh, look how bad it is. And it's like the following day, it's twice as bad as it was the day before. It just doesn't stop. I watched this creep FBS get on there last night and literally talk. He was saying horrible stuff about you and your family. And I'm thinking to myself, does this man have any idea how mentally ill you got to be to get up there and do this every night?
Stand-up guy has an idea, and he gave it to us when I played him on here, and I agree. I don't do these things. He has these people in his chat convinced that I do these things to him. Go through every single video. I've never done these things to him. He started with me 7 months ago, and he hasn't stopped. That's not normal. Then he says it's some kind of whatever it is, all the things that I went through in my life. Buddy, listen to me. Let me tell you about my life. At 17, I was in one of my closest friends' mother's jewelry store. We got held up. She was shot and killed right in front of her daughter and me. Okay. Then when I was going to be almost turning 19, my little brother, I saw him in the street lying on the ground. Okay. That was the last time I ever saw him. He was unconscious. Then 5 months later, I kissed my best friend goodbye, and I told her, all right, I'll meet you by your house. She was dead a half hour later. Guess what I never did? I never turned to drugs or alcohol. I never did any of those things. So I think that I'm a pretty strong person. At a young age, her father told us at her wake, he said, I've never seen a group of girls have so much heartache in there at such a young age. So you people, the guy who's analyzing me, the two people that are analyzing me are doing this during an addiction and recovery show. What do you make of that, Lee Cole? Analyzing me as a lunatic, a crazy lunatic, but they're doing this during an alcohol and drug addiction show, whatever it's called. And you're making noise, Lee Cole.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, it's bad if I'm not making noise.
So I want to know, what do you think of that?
You know what I think? I mean, it's the same shit every day. I mean, that's what what he does. Every damn day. It's like, you know, like after he has his interview with this clown, he'll do another show tonight, bashing again. That's the only talent he has.
Okay.
And I don't even think it's a talent it's not a talent at all. When you as a human being can go out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, just say horrible things about people. When you could sit there and do shows about another man's debt, there is something mentally wrong with you.
Especially when you idolize that man your whole life. And then suddenly you have a fight with his daughter, and then it's like, wow.
Hey, so I'm hearing that Gene Barillo is going to be on tonight.
What happened?
I don't know how much Gene Barillo is running, but he's going to be on I'm not going to say whose show, but he's going to be on a show tonight. I just came across it.
Oh my God.
Yep. So if he's wanted right now, and if he's on a show, he's a damn fool.
Where did Real Deal go? Real Deal, we lost you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure that he'll be coming on and going after Stacks. Well, he can go after me, but so what?
Oh, Dino Gambino says, imagine naming your kid that. If this Dino Gambino, that is fun. Coming from the guy who had his head up your tail and puts his face on John Gotti's body. I know. How many times did he do that? That was fun.
Angel, can you imagine having a boy and naming it Sue?
What?
Sue.
Can you imagine having a boy and naming it Sue?
No. Why? Is that your real name?
Angel, it's a Johnny Cash song.
Is it
Oh
really?
my God. A boy named Sue? It's one of his biggest songs ever.
But why? Why is the guy named? What is the song about?
You never heard A Boy Named Sue?
No, I don't know. I could have heard it, but I wasn't paying attention.
It's about this. It's about this son that's named Sue by his father, and he's looking to fight his father his whole life. He wants to kill him. Then he finally catches up to him in the end of the song, and he beats his father up. And his father said, "You see, son, I named you Sue. See how tough it made you."
Oh,
You know-
you just gave me goosebumps.
That's Johnny. Oh, that's a great song. Everybody's heard it. I'm surprised you haven't. You know what it is? As people listen to Johnny Cash, you're listening to Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, first of all, you're wrong. I wasn't a Sinatra fan. I am a country music fan, big time, and I did listen to a lot of Johnny Cash. And I love that movie. That movie with him and
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, what was it called with
Walk the Line?
Phoenix? Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix and what's her name?
Reese Witherspoon?
Reese Witherspoon. Yeah. What was that?
Was it Walk the Line or something like
Walk
that?
the Line. Yeah, I loved that movie. But I don't remember that song of A Boy Named Sue. Hi, Maddie.
You're the only person in America that has not heard of that song.
I said maybe I'll listen to it and then I'll tell you if I heard it or not. Maybe I didn't pay attention to the words.
Well, I'm kind of embarrassed right now for you.
What do you mean?
This must have been that song must have come out during a period of time that you were diving into the Oxy bottle.
Oh my God.
No, I always loved country music, but I found that at this age I really can't listen to it because I cry too fast now. You know what I mean? Like you just gave me chills throughout my whole body, telling me about A Boy Named Sue.
How about another one that made me cry? Your mama got run over by a reindeer.
Really?
I 3 days I cried about that.
I know his grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Then I used to fantasize about somebody walking all over me in high heels. Boots with heels.
Oh my God.
Yeah, country songs are pretty wild when you really think about it. They got some crazy stuff in them, country songs.
What happened?
Country songs have some crazy stuff in them.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
listen, some of those songs are unbelievable. Like, oh my God, there's so many. Gary Allen. Oh man, his songs used to make me cry.
Oh, the other day someone came in here as Miss Mary Elephant, and he told me that it was Cheech and Chong that did Miss Mary Elephant. Just so you know, I wasn't sure if it was. Someone said George Carlin, but it was Cheech and Chong. It was a classic record. But I'm
Okay.
sure. But I know if you haven't heard of A Boy Named Sue, you definitely haven't heard about that.
Tony Doc's the stand-up guy's wife's cell
Yeah. Oh
phone.
my God. Yes. It was. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Gave out his phone number. He got out of his phone number. He's telling people to send penis pictures. Real nasty stuff.
Why?
Because they were fighting while they have shows on at the same time.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this. So he said that he wore wire on his friends for years, and his piggy saying, "Oh, good, good." Is he doing that? Is he saying good, good? That's a good thing.
No, Piggy smiled when the minute he said a negative Gotti thing, he lit up. I thought he was gonna have an orgasm right where he sits.
I can't.
Oh my gosh.
It was gonna blow out his heart monitor. That's what I thought was gonna happen.
Oh my God. Find out says Lee Aralotta is obsessed with you.
And look at the picture.
What is that?
It's somebody chopping a body up.
Oh.
Is that another threat? Find out. See, this is what they've been doing. I tell you what they did to my email the other day, right?
Hi, Scott. How are you, Scott?
Somebody sent me an email the other day, and you could tell it was a fake email. They just made the account up, and in the email there was a story about a person that was at a YouTube show that got shot in the head.
Yeah.
So they were literally, they were otherwise threatening to shoot me in the head. This is how crazy these people are.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Hi, Ra Ra. Please hit the like button, everyone. Please hit the like button.
So I keep my curtains shut.
Did you see that other account that says peeking through the blinds?
Yeah.
A lot of real shady crap goes on. Trust no one and stop talking to these rat lovers on the phone. Yes. Oh, that's another challenge that I offer you, pork pig. He said that we talked on the phone all the time. Please show those receipts. Please show those receipts of when we talked all the time on the phone. And if he's insinuating that something went on in my mind about he and I, well, first of all, that's a lie. But if that was true, how disrespectful were you to your wife?
Yeah. Can I say, I'm not going to be here too long. I just want to, I'm not trying to cut you off, Angel, but I want to answer something Muggs is saying. Lee Pizza turned on. Yeah, Muggs has given lots of money along with Carmine to Tony Pizza. And tonight he locked him out. He threw him out of their chat. And this guy, Carmine, has literally given thousands of dollars a month to Tony Pizza for like a year now. And I'm thinking to myself, that's when you know someone's mentally ill. When someone like Muggs or Carmine are really good to him and he blocks them. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, he's just blocking people that are generous to him, people that want to help him and be kind to him. He just doesn't give a shit. You got some mentally ill, sick people in this thing.
Yeah, but why? Why is he doing it? Why? I didn't know that.
Because they want to. Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So what happened is they went into stand-up guys' chat. But once again, it's nobody's business who goes into whose chat. Okay. And so what Tony did to be spiteful tonight, he doxes. Somehow he has the number for stand-up guy's wife, and he doxes stand-up guy wife's number. He starts saying it out loud and gives out the real number, and then you can hear her phone ringing in the background.
Did she answer it?
No, she said she was going to block. You don't remember Angel when this happened to me? I mean, I got like 100 calls in the first day. I got a slew of penis pictures.
Oh
Me,
my God.
yeah. Yeah, it was disgusting. You have some sick freaks out there.
Yeah, Mr. Smith says FBS can bash me all he wants. He and I can compare paperwork and lives in real life. Yeah. No, he wants you to go on his show so you can debate him. That's all he ever says is,
Do you want me to come back for part 2, FBS?
what? It's very disturbing, Karen. It really is. Now I understand, Karen, what you were talking about when you said to go paid membership. Now I understand it. I get it now.
No, what you can't go paid membership though, because then that means that you're making everybody pay to watch you.
That's exactly what I told her. Is I don't want people to pay to watch me.
And your numbers will go dramatically down.
Yes,
What? That's why I could have gone to pay. I could have gone to pay months ago, but I won't do it because I rely on people that watch my show that don't pay.
Yeah. See, I don't believe that anybody. I don't believe that anybody should have to pay me so that I could come on here and talk. And I want them to come up here. I want people. I keep dropping hello, Zio Lesso. I keep dropping the link. Tell people come up here. Be a part of this. This is why I do this. I love when people come and we can hang out like you were sitting here in my living room. Let's do it.
Well, you know what we could do? We could start memberships and have people pay us in oxys.
Oh, stop that, Lee.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Oh my God, Lee. Oh.
Certain levels. For one, you get this first level, then 3 pills is middle level, and 5 pills. Yeah, why not? We're all drug addicts here.
No, we not. My daughter's dog just went to bite me again. Monkey Mark gets very animated when he has something he truly believes in, and he says there's a whole lot of people who don't know jack shit about Johnny Cash. It's actually terrible to not know about Johnny Cash's music. Great musician, first to talk about using drugs in his music.
Yeah, exactly.
Whip me. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, Angel was busy listening to Dean Martin.
No, Engelbert Humperdinck.
Just the name alone keeps me away from Engelbert Humperdinck.
Okay, I didn't know if I was allowed to say this or not, Muggs, but yes, Tony turned on me and OZ tonight, 2 of his biggest donors. Oh, thank God, you say. And I'm very happy for you.
Angel, I love when you read stuff I just talked about.
Yes, I know, but I didn't get to see it.
But you got to hear it. I was teaching you.
Did you get to hear this song yet, Lee Cole? Lee, have you heard Frosty the Dope Man song? I was scrolling Christmas songs and came across it. It's kind of funny. I don't think anything about drugs is funny. But why is it funny, Jason? Tell us. Is this going?
He's got a good.
The dope man. Is that how it goes? Was a happy, jolly soul.
How about Piggy, the beggar man? He begged all day, he begged all night.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for that guy to come on and drop the time. Oh yeah, he comes every night. I don't mind him. He comes in every single night. And he just drops what time it is in Texas. I don't know why. He likes doing it. Lee, PA is on beds. I bet he can't. Oh, I'm not saying that.
He can't what? Get his dingling up? He couldn't lift that shit up with a rope.
Oh my God. Mark Schumacher. Excuse me. Aw. I don't like when people turn on people. This scum is another bottom of the barrel rat, Howie Santos, talking about how you're disgracing your father being on here. Yeah, I know. They rat and I'm disgrace. I know. They all
Yeah,
say
you didn't disgrace your family when you ratted. You didn't disgrace your best friends when you ratted on them. You know, you didn't disgrace your wife when you shot a video of her, a sex tape.
exactly.
Yeah, you didn't do any of that, you know?
Yeah,
Let's talk about
and how your sister started it with growing up Gotti. You want to know what happened with my sister? Her husband was arrested. She found out he was cheating on her. And so they froze all his assets and her electric got shut off. So you know what my sister did? Instead of going out and selling her ass, she wrote another book and got a reality TV show. And guess what? She was not behind in her bills or her mortgage anymore.
exactly.
Exactly.
She could have done.
What else she didn't do? She didn't rat on her husband because they wanted her to rat. She didn't do it. So tell him to stick that up his rat ass.
And he didn't rat on anybody either, right?
No, Carmine never. No,
He
Carmine
did
took
it.
time
He
with
did.
a man.
Yep. But they can't even talk about those guys. Listen, Carmine might be a crazy guy that will beat you to death. There's no doubt about that. But the fact of the matter is, he did not rat.
But that's not true. He is not accused of ever killing anybody.
Angel, chill, Angel.
But I'm just saying this.
Angel, no, right away. Oh, God forbid if you say something negative and Angel doesn't like it. Okay,
Because,
Angel.
My God! Because if he was charged with any kind of murders, I'd say it. But no,
Angel, okay. Oh my God, you need to. What I was saying, Angel, is Carmine had a reputation as a fighter.
Oh,
You did not mess with him. That's what I was saying. He was a tough guy.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
One time it took 4 guys to beat up Carmine. It's not funny. It wasn't funny then. It was very, very serious, but it did. 4 guys, 4 men to beat him up.
And he was a very, very tough guy.
Yes. Yeah, he probably still is. Vinny says, so glad to hear you, Angel. Better than listening to a slob in PA. Thank you so much, Vinny B. And Rah, thank you so much. For the heck of it, you didn't have to do that, Rah, but thank you very much. Thank you. Where is Cane Shades?
He was just in here.
Yeah, well, how come he didn't come on? And where did Chicky run to? Oh, here is Cane Shades. If your channel is monetized, I feel the most important revenue is the commercials, in my opinion. What do you think of that, Lee Cole?
That's what I base my channel on.
Yours is commercial.
Do you know that they just started monetizing in YouTube this year in January? They're going to monetize all shorts. A lot of people didn't like making shorts because it didn't make them a lot of money. So it's good. It's going to be good to do shorts too. So anyway, you can make a living, a real living, not begging for money, a real living.
Let me ask you this, Lee Cole. Have you heard any? Let me read Mr. Smith first. He can keep debating me without talking to me. I don't have the time for someone like him. He's beneath you, Mr. Smith. That's what I said at the beginning of the show. And I agree. But Lee Cole, have you heard this thing about in January? YouTube is going to become like a Twitch platform. If you attack other content creators,
yes.
Thrown off.
Yep. That's what's going to happen in a couple weeks.
Is it really going to happen?
Yes, it is, because you have YouTubers getting killed.
So it is. I'm going to be so happy when that happens.
Well, some people aren't going to be able to make a living no more.
Yeah.
So basically, when people start attacking you and you complain about them, it's going to be much easier to go at them.
Oh, really? So that is true. It's going to happen in January. So that's only in a few weeks. Maybe that's why certain people are.
No, he thinks he's above the law. He thinks they're not going to do nothing to him because his name's FBS.
Is that true? No, seriously, it's gonna really happen. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, it is. That they you should have got the letter from them.
Where is the letter?
They sent it to your email.
Did they really? How long ago did they send it to you?
Oh, it was a while back.
Oh, I gotta go check my email now. I have to go check my emails. I never check my emails. Carol, I told he's a little different than me. I told him about Tony from the beginning. Oz is a little nicer person that I've ever told him. He likes our money. He does not like us. Aw, I like you, Muggs. And Lee Cole likes you.
I like everybody.
Well, apparently not everybody. You're making wisecracks about people that.
What did I make wisecracks about?
Are you serious?
Am I talking about? Am I being accused about saying stuff about people's vajayjays?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like
last night.
Yeah, it's like what the hell are you talking about? You know, she did a whole video on that, and I told her a good job, and I said, if you want me to say sorry, I'm sorry, and then she's still on it. I mean, what the hell?
Oh my God. Angela, oh no, Mr. Smith said, I don't have time for a person like him. I dealt with enough of his type during my career. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Let me ask you what this is about. What is this whole Lefty and Aralotta thing about?
I have no idea.
Isn't it a little crazy? He has a little thing. Last time I looked, he had a little thing that on the top that says no snitches.
Yeah, and then he has Aralotta in there.
Yeah, I don't get it. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's hilarious. And he has all those guys in his chat. And he's just, it's just a joke.
What's this? Is he talking about you, Lee Cole? The guy from Texas is telling me my time. Oh, okay. Is telling me my time because I live right on top of Texas and Oklahoma. Oh, you're talking about, I forgot his name.
Oh, wait. Who just said they live on top of Texas and Oklahoma?
Because I live right on top of Texas in Oklahoma. That's Scott. Scott is MRE's friend.
Okay. Yeah, so Scott, that's where I live too.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I live up. I'm about 30 minutes from Oklahoma border.
Where is my little friend who tells us Texas time every
I could tell you. Okay, I live in Texas. I could tell you the time right now if you need to know it.
No, I don't need to know your time. I know my time. So
9:31.
I can't do you.
Okay, 9:31.
I don't know how good it is. I mean, seriously, he took a 10-year sentence. That's the one thing. These people, they could say anything they want about any member of my family. But here's the thing. Every member of my family who ever went to prison, did their time, and I don't think anybody's ever gotten in trouble again. Everybody's walking a straight line. So my nephew's getting out soon, and I'm sure that he is a changed man. He went in a boy, and he's coming out a man. He's got all kinds of certificates. He's done every program there was to do. And he's going to come out, and he, thank God, he has, his business, and I don't think he will ever go back to prison again. I pray to God, because when I talk to him, he's definitely a changed man, and he's a man now. Yeah, see, I didn't like that movie. You like that movie, Lee? Marla, did you like Goodfellas?
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah.
I like Godfather better. It's all right.
Yeah. See, I loved The Godfather.
I like it because it was so like when you look at all the challenges they
Hey
had.
guys, I have to go. I'll come back if you guys are still up after the fights are over. I'll come back on, but I got to take off now.
Okay, Lee Cole Flat Lever.
Thank you for having me on, and everybody in the chat, have a nice night.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
I know. Thank you. I know it. I know you're really honored. Take care.
Goodbye. Bye. I don't know where Tommy Real Deal went. This is why PA has decided to look at running content in the true crime genre. This is what, because of the new rules coming. This makes so much sense now. Everything makes sense now because I didn't think it was really happening. But now that it is happening, I see what okay. Well, I think that's the way that it should be. And that's it. That's the way it should be. Uh-oh. What's this about now? Angel, I went out 2 months ago. I got one from YouTube. What's she talking about? It went out 2 months. Oh, so the letter went out 2 months ago. Do you know what it's called? So I can check.
Oh my gosh.
So everybody, my friend just texted me saying there are no new YouTube rules, but they're saying there is. Carol got a letter 2 months ago. She's got one. So I don't know. It would make sense to me. Okay. Somebody else tell me if you got this letter from YouTube. Please tell me if it's true or not. We stood up today. Pizza. Oh.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Mark Schumacher, thank you so much. Mugs donations should be made to good people like Angel, for example. You can be sure you're donating to a great channel. And thank you, Mark. That's so nice of you. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to drop the link for Karen. I love when Karen comes on.
I was about to say, I think Karen wants to come on.
Yeah, I love when Karen comes on. Thank you, Ange. Okay. Tell me if anybody else got that letter.
Oh, I think Carol gave you the name of it.
YouTube guidelines. Oh, wow. So it is true. YouTube, I'm writing it down. YouTube guidelines. And what did it say, Carol, you want to come on too? I'll drop the link for you too. YouTube guidelines for 2023. This is so great. All right, good. I got to look for that now. I think on my one account, it said 67,000 emails unread.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
You're worse than me.
Yeah, I know. I'm not an email person. Angel, I was trying to tell you, oh, here's Karen. It says your devices are not connected. Angel, I was trying to tell you before on your thumbnail, the guy in the background. Oh, with the accordion, that's my friend's father. He used to play at Altadonna's. Yes, that's where we were, Altadonna's. That's your friend's father? Yeah, he used to play every time we went there. He would come over and play for us. My father took care of him. Nice man. Very, very nice man. That's so nice. Is he still alive, Muggs? Is he still okay? Hello there, Carol.
Hello, Angel. Hello, Marla.
Hey, Carol.
How are you?
I'm okay.
What's going on? I feel like you have something on your mind tonight, Carol.
No.
Oh, you don't?
Who, me? No.
What happened to Karen? I saw her devices were not connected. Come on, Karen. We're waiting. it's funny how a guy who's a junkie and lives in a house built by Charles Ingalls, oh my God, gets anyone to take him seriously. Yeah. Listen, I'm sure he has a much larger amount of people watching him than me. But he has a rat on. And I just don't understand. Karen, maybe you could explain it to me when she comes on. I don't understand why anybody watches any of them. I just don't get it.
It's like
Why
a
I
do you,
don't either.
why, Marla, why do you watch them?
I don't watch any of them. I told you that day that he said to if you're friends with her or you like her to stop watching, he didn't want your and I never went back.
Hi, Angel.
Hello there, Karen.
Hey, Carol. I'm
Hey,
sorry, Karen.
that's all right. Karen, Carol. Hi, Carol Mahill. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you, Karen?
I'm doing well. How are you, Marla?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Angel, I just want to tell you, yes, my friend's brother does watch the Pennsylvania Guys show, and he was talking about Casey Anthony, and people are saying, why don't you do more content about this? This would be really great. And he started to realize, in my opinion, that the stories are going to get old, and he has to switch content at some point. If you decide to lock down your channel, if you decide to go off YouTube, there is no more content. So what I think is going to happen is that he's been thinking about that. You can see he's been doing more addiction and recovery shows, and then I think he's going to move off. He might move off into content because people liked what he was saying about the Casey Anthony case. But that's not hard. We already know that she wasn't really the best mother. Like it's not real hard to do those true crime cases. But I think that's what that might be the direction he goes in. Not completely, but it might have everything to do with the fact that the content creators are going to get striked, which they should.
I see. So you know that this is going to happen also?
That's what I've been told. I've heard it for a while now. I very rarely peek into his show. I really don't like to do it, but my friend's brother will watch it, and he doesn't love him. He's one of those things called sort of a hate watcher, but he'll tell me, and then I might peek in if I see something going on that I think is a little bit more serious or, a little bit crazier.
Well, I heard that that's why I did that show, not last night, the night before, was because he was comparing me to Casey Anthony.
I know, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then saying things like there was incest in my family, and that's why all our eyes are messed up. I don't see anybody's eyes messed up in my family. My Uncle Pete had glaucoma. That's a product of incest.
No, that's a product of age.
Yeah, of course.
I remember telling someone when I was speaking to my friend's brother, I said, because he had told me about that, and I said, Victoria's a beautiful girl. I said, when you look at everyone, look at your sister Vicky, you and John. No, it was Peter that had glaucoma. That's not
exactly.
And you know what? Let's say there was a slight turn in anyone's eye. That doesn't make anyone ugly. What makes you ugly is if you're sitting there night after night attacking people, calling people names because you feel that they're heavy, and oh, hi, itty bitty Nita. Itty bitty Nita is so nice.
Itty bitty is here.
I love itty bitty Nita.
Me too.
But what I was saying is he's just he can't really afford to attack people when he's sitting there. He had a drug recovery show. He had someone who was a first responder, and this man was talking to him and confiding. And then when there was a disagreement, he aired information that he never should have aired. I worked in downtown Manhattan that day, and I knew people that didn't get out of the buildings. And I knew first responders, police, and firemen that suffered for years. Some even committed suicide. Some had become so sick with the cleanup effort. And they all had something called survivor's guilt, a lot of them.
Yes.
Even my friend he barely got out of the second tower, and he told his whole staff, let's go. And they said, no. He said, no, the first planes hit the first tower. Let's get out. And when he got out, his whole entire staff was killed.
Oh my
That
God.
he aged overnight, and he was a finance guy. So to go and dare talk about somebody when they are at their weakest moment and turning to you because they think you're going to help and listen is disgusting.
Oh, are you talking about Brooklyn Bounce?
Yes, and
Isn't that horrendous what he did? I showed Brooklyn Bounce's video on here on my
I
show.
know,
I
and
thought that was terrible.
he's a good person too. And so this was just a horrible, horrible thing to do to someone who signed up for a job to save lives and then got hit with something that nobody ever thought would have happened. And to have physical issues from that, because I believe he does, and then
Yeah.
just to struggle with, maybe I could have done more. But for him to air that, nobody should be talking to this man. He's running an
This is
addiction and
what I don't
recovery show.
comprehend. This is what I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is what I don't comprehend. How do you sit there and watch, not you, but how does anybody who has addiction and recovery watch him knowing that he's sitting there during addiction and recovery and he's airing people's business who confided in him?
Right. Well, I think also the reason he's doing it is because he wants to get more money. What's one way to get more money, Angel? To have people develop a dependency on you. To say, oh, I know you're at your weakest point, and I know what to do. And he's got a scroll at the bottom, call this if you feel you're in trouble. Honestly, anyone who has, and I look, I don't have drug issues, but I have known of people that have. Alcoholics Anonymous, best place. They deal with alcohol, they deal with drug issues, and it's free. And then you can go into a 12-step program, and it was my understanding they had better rates of recovery than people going to high-priced rehabs. Those have a high failure rate. Go and do that. I know the guy's not religious, says he isn't religious. It's not about him. Who cares? I don't care what you believe in, but if something's going to help you, go ahead and do it. Don't call up someone who's been harassing somebody on YouTube and who has taken something that was important and said in a moment of weakness and then blurted it out. That shows you how he is, and he is not fit to talk to anybody if he says he's only been 3 years sober. I don't know if he has.
You
But
and me both. Because this person that's been there for the past 7 months is not anybody that I know that I was friends with. No, I
no,
don't know
not
who this
he didn't
person
start
is.
out. And the only
There's
reason,
something wrong.
yeah, the only reason I ever pop on your show, the only reason I ever pop on your show is if I see something that I see is so egregious. If I see somebody sitting there violating all the guidelines of YouTube and saying all these racist things, saying that he wants to, he's got a problem with women and, throw you down in the street, and telling poor BK Shallon, women in the drug world, those are the ones that get a bullet in their head. More problems are caused by women at BK Shallon's like, why don't you get up and walk away at that point if you're getting to that point where you're getting this crazy. The only other time I got on was when I heard that Angela and Teresa were going to be attacked. I don't know who Angela and Teresa are. I had no idea that you even knew Angela. But doxed? Why dox them?
That's what I
And
said.
the only reason now I'm getting on is because I really did not like what he said about someone who's a first responder. And he liked to say, he said first, well, I never said he wasn't a hero. He's done more than that guy sitting in a house that's going into foreclosure could ever do. And he's done more in the past 20 years than that guy could ever do. That guy's had more blow up his nose than anyone. When you are an addict for the better part of 20 years and you think you can run a recovery show, step back.
Yeah.
Step back.
Look how badly look what he was saying about Mr. Smith. You're not a pimple on Mr. Smith's ass. You have some nerve to talk about him.
Yeah, and you know what? Mr. Smith, good guy, not harassing anybody. He's a good cop. He said, "Look, if a cop's doing something wrong, yeah,
He's the first one, exactly.
yeah, he's good. He's a good cop. This man has done more in his career in 30 years than this guy who's running a show. He's only running a show. He knows nothing about what it's like. You know, he says, you know, I was walking the streets. What, the mean streets of York where the Amish are probably like 5 miles away? Give me a break. His house looks like Charles Ingalls built it. I
Um,
think it does. It does. Anyone that can take this man seriously, when I look and I see some of these informants, I think, you're going to take him seriously? You're going to go on his show? I can't. I don't
guess
know.
they don't have any other outlet. You know, they want to get out there and I don't know why, but they want to go out there and who's going to take them on and keep them as regulars but him?
You know what?
Him or
Yeah,
Tom
some of them.
Lemeckia, either one of them.
Well, some of them will try to get on shows like Vlad, or you know, they'll try to do things like that. But if they're not credible, and I don't think most of them are credible. Look, you know, informants, they're guilty people. They're just turning state's evidence. Some of
Yeah.
them get on the stand, they tell a mixture of lies and the truth. Some will tell the truth, but I just wouldn't stake, you know, the house on it. But yeah, he has. Nobody should bow to this man. Nobody.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It's insane. No one would look twice at him. He's, and I love the fact he thinks he can hide from getting served. You can't. I have so many lawyers and cops and FBI in my family. I cannot tell you. And the FBI that I have is retired, not active anymore.
Right.
And there are certain FBI that look at certain kinds of people, so they didn't deal with organized crime. They did, you know.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing. But anyhow, I got to tell you, you can get that affixed to your door. You can get you can't get out of. You can not show up to a civil service. You know, a civil service like a civil court hearing, and leave by
Carol
default.
go? Carol, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You
Go
can
ahead,
leave.
Karen. We
You can
lost
leave.
Carol, but go
I
ahead.
know.
This is very interesting to me. Go ahead.
Carol has come back on. I love Carol. She's great.
Yeah, me too. And let me just say hi to Rick DeBella because Rick said, Angel, my dog turned 15 and her vet told us she has another 2 years more. Thank God.
Oh,
And you're
good.
right. God is good. But I'm
Good.
sorry. Go ahead. And Mark Schumacher, you're right. You can't say the things he says and be sober. How, Karen, hold that thought because I don't want you to forget that. But seriously, how do you say that people's family is incest and be a sober, normal person? Like, who thinks of that kind of stuff? Who thinks, besides John A. Light, who thinks of that kind of stuff and then lets it flow out of their mouth?
Well, he comes from a dysfunctional family, and maybe he's living a little too close to Tennessee, where they were the blue people of Tennessee who became blue because there was incest that was just rampant among their families. No offense to anyone from Tennessee, but I'm just poking at this guy. He's saying anything that's degrading. It's stupid.
So finish what you were saying. So that it can be attached to the door.
Can be attached to the door. You can't just say, well, I'm not going to go to the post office. If his wife is listed on here, then go right to her work. Look at her when she's going out to her work. You will get served. Now, you can't hide in your house and not open the door. That's silly. That's equivalent to like a little kid hiding under the table. You're not. It's true. You're not going to be able to dodge that, but you can be in default and not show up for court. But that just means that anything that he has is subject to being taken.
Exactly. Or as Elio had said, is that, and my daughter's attorney said, is that you can have a judgment placed upon you for up to 20 years. So
Yeah.
that means that he can never get a house in his name. He can never get a car in his name. He can never get anything in his name because he's going to have a lien against it.
Yes. And also the house, they can't
Taxes.
touch the house, especially if she didn't have a prenuptial. If she didn't, that house it's part of the marital estate. It can be touched.
Exactly.
I mean, look,
And,
I
and,
can't
and here's
imagine.
the easy, and I gave him an easy way out. Get up, retract what you said, and apologize. She had no, he had no reason to do that. He had no reason to do that to my kids. None. He was wrong. He got mad at somebody else and took it out on my kids and has ran with it ever since.
Let me tell you something. He looks at Victoria and he knows she's beautiful and he doesn't like it. What happens? He's even said it himself. When a guy wants to get at a girl, just say she's ugly. But the girl knows she's not ugly. So he's just saying that. Nobody believes that. We've all seen pictures of Victoria. She's a pretty girl.
And his daughter is a beautiful girl as well. His daughter is a beautiful girl. Nobody over here has ever said anything bad about his daughter. The only thing that was ever said about his daughter was when somebody said, does his daughter know what he's doing? Maybe we should go to take a ride and tell her what he's doing. That wasn't a threat to his daughter in any way, shape, or form. And it wasn't like, oh, let's do this, definitely. No, it was like, really, he's going after your kids? Well, does his daughter know what he's doing?
His daughter is a very pretty girl.
Yes.
But here's the thing. He's going after other people's kids. Now, his daughter's an adult. Why do this and put your own kid in the line of fire?
That's what I said the other night. Exactly.
Daughter is an adult. So men who are angry can really get very degrading when they see a beautiful young girl. And this is spiteful.
It's
So-
just, but that's what, listen, I gave him the easy way out tonight. He don't want to take it, then take the chance with,
Angel, he will never, ever adhere to that. You know what he'd do? He'd say, yeah, I'm sorry. And then he'd come up with something again and try to get around it again. He said a while ago, I'll never talk about Angel on my show. This is it.
Yes,
And I
he
sat
did.
down after he made the death threat.
Yes, he did. You're right.
Janice sat down, said, is this worth it? I believe she probably did say that. Because she doesn't strike me as a very aggressive type. This wouldn't have been something she cooked up, but she's gone along with him. But he's the main driver. I'm telling you, he could never stop doing a show about you. The only way, and I don't want to hog up all the time, but the only way, I think you have a couple of options. So you do like promoting your brother's, he's coming out with a book or I believe it'll be another movie or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
You should look to promote that on other social media outlets. You should look to promote that on streaming, having commercials there. You could do it on YouTube. Just make sure that it's not in certain categories or on certain shows.
Right.
But you could do that and really promote that. I think you enjoy this chat and people like chatting with you. I mean, I say hi to a whole bunch of people. People don't fight in the chat. Even when someone's sub came on, Teresa, Baby Marie, and I said, everyone just be nice because she may not know the whole story.
Exactly.
She may not know the whole story. And then she may also say something that you completely disagree with. And I said, she wasn't coming on aggressive. I said, just leave it alone because you don't know what's going on with someone. She wasn't doxing people, whatever. So I was thinking you could lock down your chat for a bit. If you enjoy speaking to people, you could do that. I know that Lee was saying something like, then you can't monetize but I think you could charge such a low fee monthly and then you could lift it when you wanted. But you see, if you just do that, the stuff will still be being said on the other side, but then you can sue. This way, if you just have a chat where you just enjoy and you just enjoy speaking to people, you're not getting trolls in, you're not getting people coming in under different names and then
Right.
listening and going back. If you do that, then you've really shut the door on him. And, there's a saying, smart people ignore. He's never going to stop, but he will eventually, he's going to be forced to stop with this YouTube law.
Yeah. So now, do you know about this YouTube thing?
I've heard about it, and I've heard about someone, I heard Lee say it before, and I know, I think I've heard it somewhere else. I hope that's what happens, because no content creator really, it's one thing when people say, I don't like the format of your show, but it's gone so far beyond that. It's turned into slander, then turned into families, then turned into subs, turned into going after people who, I don't even like mentioning the name, but poor Albert Dabari, his
Oh,
house was shown,
you know
if
what?
it even is.
Yeah. What happened to Albert? He disappeared.
I don't blame Albert. And Albert was, a good guy who was I heard an MTA worker. I don't know if that's true. And if that was his house, then that was his house. But I'll tell you, it's worth more than the guys in Pennsylvania. Don't,
Oh, forget about it. It's worth like 3 times the amount.
it's, I don't care where Albert lives. Albert's not doing anything out wrong. Albert's a working guy. Leave him alone. But they got him and they doxed him. And he still has that up on his community page. And that's not been struck. Why hasn't that been struck? I'm very much against going after the subs, because not everyone knows. They don't listen to every show. And if you go after subs, you won't have shows anymore. So that angered me. He's done so much, and then he's done even more than I can than I
And
could even want to go to.
all it is people. Oh, excuse me. All it is people giving their opinions and sticking up for, like say Albert stuck up for me, or even Angela, she sticks up for me. Angela gives her opinion. She doesn't like him, so that means that she needs to get doxxed and destroyed.
Yeah, no, he has to be careful. He thinks it goes all one way. He thinks that if you're dealing with someone, you're dealing with one person. You have no idea what's behind those people.
Exactly.
And I think that's the only way that, some of these people will learn, is that you can't just say things and think that there's not going to be retaliation. And it's not always going to come by a lawyer. If someone decides to meet him down there and there's not any witnesses and there's an altercation, you can't prove who started what. This is not a good idea. Once you start poking the hornet's nest and you keep on going after people, it's not a good idea. Um, I would like to see what happens in February. I would like to see that people's channels get struck down. Run your own content. Don't make it so that it's going to be trolling other content creators because you want their subs.
So now is this, what do you mean February? I thought it was January.
I thought it was February, Lee said. I could be wrong.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was February, and I think you said something like, oh, well, that's not that far away. But I thought he said February.
Oh, I hope it's January.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it's going to stop for him. Look, the country is heading into a recession now. Depending on who you believe, my friend works for a finance company, and she was saying that they're talking about the recession not being as bad as what is expected. And then I've heard other companies talk about how just the hint of a recession coming, that they're getting ready to lay off people.
Oh God, I hope not.
So, yes, and yes. So if that happens, people aren't going to have the money to donate. People are going to go and watch shows where it's like Amazon Prime. It's fine to have a chat and Reddit in your home and not have production value. That's fine. But as long as you have good content, I've seen things like that. This is the only chat really that I'm ever in, and very rarely in anyone else's, but I'll watch like just straight out content, not live chats, not talking with anyone. And those are great too. But it's just not a good idea what he's doing. He's going to run out of steam. He's not going to have the cash apps coming in. But I don't think that matters to him because I think it's about something else. It's so far personal. It's as
Wow.
personal as Chris Kasparov's issue. It's more personal.
Let me ask you what. I'm glad that you're here because I'm going to ask all of you. What is your opinion of what Chris has done?
One word. Backstab.
I think what he's done is it looks like it is something personal.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that he has seen things on MRE that he feels is legitimate and he doesn't like. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about MRE. I didn't watch the show because I was always watching other sorts of content. I wasn't watching like anything about informants, so I didn't really follow along. And I think that when he decided to come out against him, I have to say there's some things that I can't explain away that I've seen come up about MRE, but I don't know him. I don't watch his show. I haven't heard him say anything on your show.
Okay.
You're not saying it. You're not saying anything anti-Semitic, but let's say, okay, Chris is very upset about this. He didn't have to go on a show where another man says completely racist things and then deny. I saw somebody post something. I didn't see the post again. And they pointed out to him, you're going on a show where this guy says things about blacks. White supremacists, they go after blacks too, not just Jews. So, and he goes, well, I don't believe he's racist. And I'm thinking,
Could you believe it?
the
Could you
person
actually
pointed out,
believe it?
the person pointed out where he could find.
Yes, I
that
saw
website.
that too. That was I forgot which channel or account or person that was that they pointed out. I saw it was a whole bunch of timestamps on which shows he could go look, but he chose to ignore it. He chooses
Right.
to put a blind eye to that.
And
That
so,
FBS is not racist. You've got to be kidding me.
so yeah, and I feel like saying if you want to go and let's say you have a legitimate problem with someone, okay, but why go on the johnalightfacts.com and post this letter there that didn't have anything to do with it? He has his own channel. He could have spoke about it. Why go on?
Spite. It's all spite work. All
Right,
spite.
why go on the guy in Pennsylvania's show? Why do that? Why not say his piece on your show or put it on his channel or go somewhere else?
I'll tell you why. In his defense, I will tell you why. Is because when he came on here, all I was asking him, I'm going to ask you a question, I said, but instead he asked me a question and then kept going on and on and on about MRE. I said, Chris, this is not about MRE. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, and Angela, he was mad at Angela or something, and I kept asking him, why would you go on that show? And I had to mute him, and that upset him so that he ran straight to FBS because I muted him because I was getting so frustrated when you ask someone a question and they just, first of all, it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. It was like he wasn't hearing me. He just wanted everybody on the show to know about MRE.
I know. And look, everyone is entitled to what they believe. There's some people that don't believe what's come out about Emory. There's some people that do. Like I said, there's some things that I can't really explain away about Emory. I don't watch his show. I would never have said it's okay to dox his family, but I'm not interested in going all over the place and screaming about it. I just look. I don't like anti-Semitic.
No, none of us do.
Right, but
none of us like anything racism. We don't like that. I don't advocate that. I don't
That's
condone
what I'm saying.
it.
You haven't said it on your show, and your position was that you hadn't seen with the evidence brought forward. You hadn't seen what they were saying. You didn't believe it. Chris's position is that he does believe it. Okay, fine. There's some things I've seen that I can't explain away, but now it's not about that. You can't go on another person's show that says things about blacks and you say, but I don't like racism. Well, why is it that you're okay with certain kinds of racism and you're not okay with others? And if Chris isn't okay with both, then why go on this man's show? Go somewhere else. He could have showed up on Lee Cole's show if he really wanted, said his piece, and that was it. But I kind of feel like he's
Well,
keeps on doing this. It's something bigger. It's something bigger.
I'm gonna explain 1 minute. Itty bitty. I think you hurt Chris K in some way, and he wants to hurt you back. Okay. He and I, in our friendship, I know FBS likes to blame everything on MRE, but that it had nothing to do with MRE. We had our issues before MRE was even doxxed. We had an issue, and I'm not going to say what the issue is, but we had definitely had a big issue. So the MRE stuff, when that happened, it wasn't an issue at the time. It was a little bit of an issue, but then I guess whatever happened, he watched this band of brothers. I don't know what it was that he became obsessed with it, and he kept trying to tell me this, go look at this, go look at that, and I didn't want to see it. That's what, plain and simple. I'm not checking it out. I'm not going to look at anything, because unless you have I told him, do you have him marching in a Klan rally? Do you have him at any of these rallies? Do you see him doing these things? No. Okay, well, I see him doing this, holding a sign. 4 years ago, MRE has now said 4 different times that, that was very stupid. He shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have said the things that he said. He said it 4 times. What do you want, to draw blood out of the man? Like, what do you want? I go on his Facebook. It's his Facebook for the past 4 years. There's none of that stuff on there. Absolutely none of it. It's religious pictures, and like he loves the Blessed Mother, his family pictures. There's none of that stuff on his recent Facebook. And for the past year and a half, he's never pushed any of that on us. So let's just say those are his thoughts, right? We'll say they are his thoughts. Where has he pushed that on us? Where has he, came out and said, oh, yeah, well, you should all die, or this one and that one? He hasn't done that. So I'm going to condemn him for something that he did in the past, or he didn't do in the past. I don't do things like that, especially when Kasparosa and FBS are friends with people who killed people in the past, and just because they ratted, they're good people now. Sorry. Emery doesn't have any violence in his past. Emery's never abused a woman in his past. He's never beaten any women in his past. So I'm sorry. I just, that's my position on it. I interviewed him 4 different times. I think 3 times. 3 times I interviewed him. And the first time, it broke my heart to have to do it and ask him the questions that I did, because I said, oh my God, these are bad. And these were people that were telling me what to ask him, and I did. And when I had him in the back before we went live, I said to him, listen, I feel very awkward that I have to ask you these questions. He's like, no, you ask me anything you want. I said, do you want me to give you a little hint? He goes, absolutely not. You ask me whatever you want. And I did, and he answered every single thing. And then I had 11 of his childhood friends that came on here, including one black man who happens to be a really nice man. What more was I supposed to do? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that he seems to be, for some people, they struggle with certain things because there was a picture of him with Patrick Little up. I had no idea who the hell Patrick Little was. And I'm
Right.
not up on this white supremacy stuff. I didn't even know all of their tattoos. If it's not a swastika, I don't know what it is. The Klan wasn't alive and well in New York. I mean, that was like more of a Southern thing. Like, but it shouldn't be that it's your cross to bear. It should be that, okay, you can speak to Emery about it. You can talk to him about it.
And I did. I
No,
asked.
not you, Angel. I'm
Oh,
saying
right, right. He could have. I told him, why don't you go over to Rhode Island? You go everywhere when you have to interview people or investigate certain things. Get in the car and go over to Rhode Island. If you don't want to meet up with him, go around his whole area. It's a small place that he lives at. Everybody knows each other. Why don't you go ask the people over there? Why?
Probably.
Why are you doing what you're doing? Take
Yeah.
it up with him. He didn't have to go on FBS's show.
No.
Especially when he told my daughter he would never do that. That's why my daughter reacted the way that she did that night.
Yeah. Well, because he
She was
said a lot of slanderous
devastated.
things.
She was devastated that he would do something like that after all the horrible lies that FBS told about her.
Yeah. Look, I thought it was funny when he raised money for the Wounded Warriors Project. He said, don't give it to me, give it to the Wounded Warriors Project. And there was a lot of money coming in. And then Pennsylvania had to sit there and realize that his subs weren't going to give that to him. They gave it to Chris. Look, if Chris wants to raise money for that, I have a lot of family in the military. That's fine with me.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. He said that he was doing it because he didn't like anti-Semitic things that were said in the past by Emery. Okay, that's fine too.
Okay.
That's fine too. But my mom's family was affected by World War II. She was in England, and there were certain cities getting bombed by the Germans, and people were getting killed. You'd get out, walk out your house, and you'd see your neighbor's house leveled. And my grandmother, till the day she died, did not like the sound of sirens. It frightened her. It frightened her to death.
Yeah.
And she lost 2 children during those bombings because she had to keep on going into the shelters, and it was cold and drafty in England, and that she had twins, so they probably weren't so physically. They were probably underdeveloped a little bit physically, but I've known people who've been in the camps. I have also gone and volunteered with an organization called I Volunteer in New York that dealt with people who are Holocaust survivors who were not looking. They had a hard time asking for help. So that's fine. I understand that, but okay. But why not take it up with the person? Why not contact him and say, "Is this Patrick Little standing next to you?" Get him to answer, but not go after everybody else when you know that there's someone who you've gone on their platform and all he does is say racist things. Does he say it every day? No, but he said it enough times. He said it
But
enough times.
it's not just the racist things. He abuses and bullies women.
Yeah, I know. Well, he said terrible things about your daughter.
Suddenly, yeah, and with my daughter, and suddenly he turned a blind eye to that. I think that was more upsetting to me than anything else. It was how he went to first the guy in Florida, and then the guy then the one in Pennsylvania, especially the one in Pennsylvania. But the guy in Florida said horrible things about my daughter as well. And I know Kasparosa saw it and he knew it. He knew it, but he still chose to go on those people's shows. But Angela said he was mad at me because I was trying to tell him what he's doing is not about MRE. I don't need to defend MRE. He does a great job himself. It was more personal for me with Chris. Exactly. And Chris knows that. He knew it. Oh, he knew it.
Yeah,
He's playing dumb. Like
Yeah, I don't like how he plays that babe in the woods routine. He plays so dumb, he's so evasive when you ask him specific questions that would get to the heart of the matter. He gets very evasive. His answers aren't as definite, where in a way they should be.
right. Now, if Marla is here and Marla is a black woman And if she's telling everybody that she does not think that MRE is racist, who are we to question what Marla says? You know
Well,
what?
in all fairness, I don't speak for all black people either. I
No,
mean, like I said,
no,
my black card has been taken years ago, so I don't
right.
speak for all black people.
But that's not what I'm saying. In other words, who are we? We're right now we're three white women, right? So who are we to say anything about racism if you're the one who's saying he's not? You
Well, I
understand?
would be the one that would be affected of
Exactly.
everybody on the panel.
That's what I
I
mean.
personally just didn't. I mean, for me personally, I just didn't see it. But I've grown up around people who talk a little brash. Um, they could be. I mean, I just grew up around people who were just very forward with how they felt. And that wasn't always considered a bad thing. As a matter of fact, that kind of helps you get to the root of the problem sometimes. If you're going to tell me somebody is racist, then you have to show me proof of that. I don't want to see, this person or that, I thought he had a video of, MRE that he was going to show. And it turned out that it wasn't MRE. It was somebody that he may have hung with. I mean, I don't understand this. It feels like they're trying to do like a cancel culture type thing with him. And I just don't get it, because even if he did have these beliefs at one point in time, and that's not good, but it can't even be confirmed that he had those beliefs. Even if he had them at one point in time, like I've said 1,000 times before, what is the purpose of changing if people can just throw your past and things like that back in your face? If you changed your ways, you're not like that. Why do you need to nurse and rehearse the pains of the past? That's what I don't understand.
Well, let me interrupt you for 1 minute. MRE did say, he admitted, he said it, I believe 4 times now. He has said, yeah, what did he do that? Yes, what did he regret it? Yes, he did. Was it stupid? Yes. He said, I said things that weren't politically correct. I don't even know why I did it. I just met the guy and he admitted it. What more do we want from him? That was 4 years ago.
And
That's
there's been no indication that that's the way he is now. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not, I need, if you're going to tell me, I mean, I don't understand these rats. Like, what? He's not the right type of racist for you? Is that what it is? Because I mean, clearly they have been on there when the N word has been dropped, and it was hilarious. They have said things like precious, and I mean, they've said really racist stuff towards black women, and everybody in the chat is fine with it, hunky dory. And apparently, Chris is deaf, dumb, and blind when it comes to those moments in time. He doesn't recall. Well, aren't you an investigative journalist? Don't you think you should be on that? I mean, you're the one who's so particular about who you're on the panel with and who you associate with. Don't you think that's something to look into? I'm sure colleagues of yours wouldn't find that very impressive, that you're sitting on a panel with a bunch of racists and, as a man of color, fake man of color. I mean, I just feel like it's a narrative that's popular for the day, so they're running with it, hoping that something happens. You cannot get my panties in a bunch over dumb shit. You really can't. You really have to be going out of your way to be an asshole to piss me off.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think people can, if they want to be divided about Emery and what he's done, and leave it at that, but it shouldn't take on a life of its own where you can see it's clearly not connected. You can't go on, like I said, one guy's show who says things about blacks, denouncing racism and saying, hey, FBS, I think it'd be really great. I'd like to help you fight racism. And hey, I want to do something also for the Wounded Warrior Project. And I just looked at FBS's face and I did see that. And he just looked like he was going to laugh. He knows what he said.
Really?
Yes, Angel. He knows
Really?
how can you go on that? I think what Chris doesn't understand is that, look, I don't disagree with him on the sense that I don't like things that I've seen that Emery has done. However, I'm not on a witch hunt and I'm not, he's not said it on your show. End of story. You can make your point clear and then not go after someone. It's enough now. But you're dealing with someone in Pennsylvania who continuously says things. So if you go and you start to say, I want to help you fight racism, he's Chris is putting himself in a situation where he could be canceled too. Because not only has this man said things about blacks, he said things about how he wants to throw women down, and it's looking like to me, if you wanted to just walk a straight line and say, look, I have a problem with this person, he's a content creator, this is his name, it's Murray, he could have done on another show, said his piece and have done with it. Anything personal, he could have brought straight to you, kept it within the family. He could have said whatever it was that was bothering him, and that's it. He wasn't on the show, he wasn't on your show for a long time. So it doesn't make sense to me to go on a show where things are being said about your daughter, your son, things are being said about other people. This doxing. Josie has said that her personal banking information, social security number, that was taken, that he had it. I don't know for sure, but she went to the FBI over it. That is what she says. So why go on this guy's show? Why go on this guy's show when he took a first responder and said, yeah, he confided to me and I had a addiction and recovery show, and then I slammed him.
Because Casper Rosa turns a blind eye to all of that. The fact that he said to me, I didn't see any racist stuff with him. He may have said, a wild thing or two or some wild things. Wait, what?
First no, it wasn't one or two. It wasn't.
Every woman that he doesn't like, he refers to as the C word. Why would you even go on a show where there's a I can't call him a man. I can't.
He called your mother a name too. Now your mother's an older woman. First of all, there are just certain words that you don't say.
That's what I just said. You don't talk to any woman like that. You don't call women the C word. Women that you hate, you call the C word, pig, the P word, you name it, he calls them that. Chris Casparosa knows that. He knows that he's done all of that. He didn't care. That's why I'm telling you. It didn't. He's obsessed. He is absolutely obsessed. I've never seen him like this before.
Well, let him keep on raising money for the Wounded Warriors Project. I'm fine with that. He doesn't have to change his position on MRE, but probably best to not go on certain shows where these guys have said things and done things where the FBI is looking at them right now, or that is what has been said.
Exactly.
It's because you're going to get pulled into it. And once you get pulled into it, then you can't start explaining things. Now, I can sit here and say, look, I haven't seen MRA say things on your show. Have I seen things that I can't explain that I don't like? Yes. But I would not go on a wild rampage all over YouTube when it doesn't seem to make sense, and going to people who are saying things that are racist as well. It's hypocritical. It doesn't make sense.
It's hypocritical. And let me ask you a question. Are you Jewish?
No, but I have people in my family who are.
Okay.
I have people in my family,
right. But he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish, okay? And he wants to call himself a person of color. Okay, you want to be a person of color?
Well, I think
a person of color, but you're going on a show where the person is saying horrible things about people of color, real people of color.
Yeah. Well, I think Chris's whole position was that he has one parent who is Argentinian.
Yeah.
Argentina, it's a little bit different than the other Latin American countries in that it's like mostly Spanish, Italian, German. And I'm not saying you couldn't find a mix of indigenous people. So you can be, from my understanding, from Latin America and still say you're white or say you're Hispanic. And here's what it is. There are people that are from Mexico that have a solid Spanish line. And then there are those that are blended with like the indigenous people. So you could say that you are from a Latin American country, but you are white. Um, if you go to the Caribbean Hispanics, they're usually more of a blend. But you can have people from Puerto Rico who are solidly Spanish, but mostly there is a blend. So he can say that he is Hispanic. He can say that he's not white, but in doing so, going on a show where a man has something to say about people that are not white, uh, if he wants to remember that saying in the Holocaust, and I said a while ago on your show because I was up here because I didn't like what he was saying about blacks. So there's a saying, and I'll paraphrase it. You know, I was quiet when they were taking my neighbors away, and then finally they came for me. So going on this guy's show, you're quiet while he's saying things about blacks, but eventually he'll come for you too, because if you're going to say things about blacks, please don't believe that you're not going to say things about Hispanics. That you're not going to say wrong person show to go on. He should have, and the show's been made private now. So, but you have clips of it. You have clips of it. I mean, but I could not believe when he said, "Well, I want to help you fight racism," and I thought the guy sat down on a plane, like Marla said, and he said he was sitting next to Precious, and then there's a problem with black women in America. Now, there's when you hear people talk like that, that means that they have a problem. It's usually displaced anger. It's usually someone who couldn't get ahead enough in the world. These are the same people that will complain that only black people are taking their jobs. Blacks are 13% of the population. I'd love to know how all black people are taking your jobs. It's this kind of thinking. I'm not saying he said that, but this kind of thinking of I'll go after one person. It's part of something bigger. I'm no civil rights leader. What I'm saying is that he's saying something. You can see there's a problem there. There's a bigger problem there. He's obsessed. He's stalking. He's doing things, slandering. To go on that man's show was not a good turn, and it makes it makes his argument look weak. It makes his argument look weak, Angel.
Exactly, yeah.
And let me tell you this, that's the same person that Casparosa, went and got a cease and desist letter sent.
I know.
He sent it to him.
I know. And why even partner? See, that's the thing. When you do things like that, you're not holding the candle to the devil. He could have done it in a different way. If he was angry, if he was angry at you, Angel, and whatever it was that was personal, he could have just said on the John A. Light site, look, I did have something to do with it. I'm breaking ranks. I don't want to have any ties to this. That's it. He could have done something like that, but instead it was a 5-page letter, and it didn't seem to. It just seemed to be about two separate things, and just the way it was. That I could have, if he would have left it at that, it would have been like, okay, probably wouldn't have done it that way. But he went on the other guy's show, and that didn't make sense.
Exactly.
You can't go, and you'll get hit with cancel culture too. You go on a show,
outrage.
You go on a show where there's a guy saying racist things. People think it's not a big deal, or they roll their eyes. Oh, I don't care. Oh, you're making a big deal. Oh, he said this about women. Oh, he once said this about someone who's black. He didn't once say it. You will get canceled. You will have a hard time working. And
for sure. I don't know why he thinks his show is going to blow up, because those are the first things what you do in the dark. Well, it'll come. I mean, that will come out. It's like, do you really think you're going to get famous, buddy?
Let me
when
tell you,
when that type of stuff gets out in this climate, yeah, okay.
Let me tell you how much this isn't going to blow up. Rolling Stone didn't even want to cover part of what was going on with FBS. He wasn't even mentioned.
He was trying to get, like, you were going to get me in trouble. Like,
I wonder,
is he stupid?
I wonder why Rolling Stone. They have fact checkers. They know
exactly. That's what I tried to tell him. Jerry Capici is the same way. Jerry Capici will laugh at that. I'm not up here saying anything that's racist. And if I bring someone on and I interview them, and I asked them that what I think are the toughest questions, and I talk about it, and I interview him, and I have his friends on. Where am I at fault here?
Right. Well, Rolling Stone doesn't want to report something where they're going to get hit with a slander suit, or they're not going to be able to promote, the guy in Pennsylvania in the way that he thought he would be. He's got all of these things that he has said. They didn't want to touch him. That's what happened. And he's not a big enough fish. So if anyone thinks that this is going to blow up, it didn't blow up with Rolling Stone. If you want to talk about going to the media, it's a pretty big magazine. It's been around since 1969. It's not going to blow up. When something will blow up? When somebody actually physically gets hurt or killed.
Exactly.
Then
Yeah.
it will.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling these men are more keyboard warriors than anything. They're keyboard warriors. They're quick to dox. They like to do things from a distance, but it's a very small audience. A lot of these people only have 5,000, 6. I think Lee has more of
Yes.
an audience, and still it's not going to go anywhere. And by the time it gets in January or February, I thought it was February, by the time content creators are not allowed to attack each other like this, or they get thrown off the platform, that'll be better.
Well, how do you think any reporter would have felt going through either my shows or his, where his wife is saying that they need send copious amounts of money and then ask for money for an FBI fund?
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't have held much water with them. And they're looking for people with bigger names. They're looking for people who I believe, wasn't that interview, didn't it bring in like Gravano, A-Light, and wasn't it something like that? What wasn't it like Jeff Nadeau was involved in it? I've never even watched the show, but wasn't it something like that? They were covering that. They're not going to cover a guy who lives in, an old
Bumfuck Egypt.
ramshackle looking house in Pennsylvania. It's not going to happen. He's not a big enough fish.
I think he would have to delete every single show he's ever done because all he is doing. You think they want to cover somebody who calls women the C word?
He's not a big enough fish, and with that alone, they don't want to deal with it. And yeah, they're not. It wasn't of interest to them. What was of interest was they were looking at informants, people with bigger names, who were more eye-catching. That's what's going to sell a story, not a guy living in a house that's going into foreclosure in Pennsylvania.
Who's not relevant in any way.
I mean, he can have his audience and he can make his audience laugh, but the fact is that it's not going to matter much. It doesn't make sense. He's not enough of a big enough name. When you look at everything, when you look at the fact that there's been problems there, he also has had drug problems for years. It doesn't matter if he's clean and sober. It's only been like 3 years. There's credibility issues there. There's no, Rolling Stone isn't going to take this and they'll look back into his archive. They'll look into it. They can, even if he's private. There's still ways to get it. There is no way that you're going to want to bring this person in, and for what? For what? It's just not. It's not a big enough name. He's not. This is nonsense. But you cannot tell some people. But Angel, what do you think you're going to do with your show? Because I've heard you say that you might continue, that you're getting tired of it. What do you think you're going to do?
See, I love doing things like this. I love it. I don't bring people up here because I can't carry a show by myself. I bring people up here because I love what we're doing right now. I love doing it with all different people. Like, we're 4 women right now. Poor Carol hasn't said one word in an hour. But this is what I love to do. I love to learn things. I love to inform, people on certain things as well. I like to bitch and moan for the 15 minutes of the beginning of this and then laugh at the next 2 hours. This is what I like to do. So do I want to stop talking about him and not talk about him at all? Yes, but I can't just let things go without answering the lies that he told the night before or the day before. That's my thing. And here's the funny thing.
Carol's on mute, so that's why she's not talking, I think. Oh no, maybe she isn't on mute.
No, she's off mute now. But here's the thing is that I forgot what I was going to say. How's that?
Well, you were talking about how you can't let certain things go and that you have to.
Here's the thing. He can, no matter what, like say he'll say something so sick like a incest with my father or my family. We're all incest and inbred and all that. And then when I respond and defend myself, he'll go on the next day and tell everybody that I don't stop about him. This is, to me, is so crazy because go back to the very beginning. I didn't do anything to you. And it just gets, it's like a snowball, like a snow, what do you call that?
Snowball effect.
Snowball, and it's going down and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, when is it going to end? I've gone like, there was a time when I went like weeks. It was a month and a half or something, or almost a month, whatever it was. Well, I wouldn't say his name, nothing. We didn't talk about him. It didn't matter. He just kept going on and on and on because somebody else said his name. You understand? I had a panel and somebody else mentioned him or mentioned his wife, not me, them. So he wants to dictate to me what I can tell people who come on my show, what they can and cannot say. I'm sorry.
I did think it was funny that they're all very up in arms over Chicago Muscle. I'm like, first of all, you don't know his name. He just plays music. He laughs at people. And then if you've got a record out there, he'll show it. But the fact that guy is pushed back, he hasn't even gone after, he hasn't gone after their family members. I believe he went after the guy in Florida. Well, he brought up his son because he was saying his son was a Latin king or something. So, but
no, Chicago Muscle he's gone after their family members. Yes, he has.
I don't think he went after the guy in Pennsylvania's daughter.
He did say he would.
He didn't though. So, but here's the thing: they have been going after people's family members. Now they got a guy that's doing the same. Who's threatening to do the same thing.
Fair here. I'm going to be fair. This is what I was talking about last night. I'm not going to be accused of being a liar, and I'm not going to be accused of hiding things. But let's be fair. He did say that he had pictures of his daughter, and he said something else. I don't want to make up something. So he has. Has he posted the pictures? No. But it doesn't matter. Once you even open up the door to that sick freak in Pennsylvania, he just goes on, he'll roll with it.
Yeah, Angel, can I ask you? I think the Pennsylvania, Florida were pushing back against him before those statements were made, weren't they? They were upset at him before, and then he just kept on turning up the heat on them, which to me, I feel like saying, look, I don't want to see anyone's family members doxxed, but these guys have done it. And
yes, 100%. So now, yes, they have.
So now what happens with a bully is that sometimes you invite a bigger bully.
Yeah.
And true. This is kind of funny because you hear Chicago either just laughing, playing his music and showing, like I said, showing their criminal records. And yes, he's hinted at things, and but they can't take it. And I feel like saying, but just don't do it to anyone else then. Don't do it to anyone else. I don't like to see other family members. I think it's best for certain content creators to just be shut down when you go there. I think it's gone way too far, but you can't keep on going after people, and then you have adult children, and then you panic when somebody says something about them. It's like, Well, don't do it, because if you can slander somebody else, it
You're
can
gonna
very
do it to
easily
you.
happen to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Treat others how, you want to be treated. That's been lost there. And it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. It's all fun and games until actually something like that is released, or more statements come out, whether they're true or not. All you have to do is put something out that may not be true, and that person is left defending themselves against something that's a lie. So,
That's my daughter.
yep. But it's also, it could be FBS's daughter too. So it's like, don't, they have to realize that, pull back, because it's if someone's already putting it out there and saying I may do this, they actually may go ahead and do it, because the reasoning is, well, if I do it to yours, then I'll stop you from doing it to 10 more people. I like I said, I don't agree with it, but it is funny how they were all up in arms about him before he even made these threats. And I'm like, but you guys been doing so much more.
Exactly. You ever hear that saying, what is it? The government don't commit a crime, the government doesn't like the competition. That's them. They're doing everything. They've been doxing. Listen, I was friends with FBS. He doxed Tony Pizza's mother.
I know.
I'm sorry. He put it up on the comment. He put, and you could see he still does it till today. Like this shit right here, Frank Gotti's mini bike. This is what he's been doing. He's been doing this for a long time. When he put Tony Pizza's mother's name and just like that on a fake account, you knew he was going to go berserk and go after you. You knew. So what did Tony Pizza do? He put his phone number, address, and his mother's phone number.
See, that's the stuff that's not smart. And Tony sometimes is not always well. So, you start poking the hornet's nest. You can hide in your house all you want. You better make sure you got bulletproof windows. You're going to have a problem. But he does not seem to care.
No, he doesn't.
I can't figure it out, but I can't. It doesn't make sense to me. But your daughter, you said, wants you to go on with the show.
She doesn't want me to quit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. She's like,
What?
She doesn't feel that I should quit.
Yeah.
What does your son think?
My son doesn't know any of this crap that's going on. No, I don't tell my son anything.
Yeah, I know. I can understand her wanting to clear her name, but unfortunately, it's going to keep on happening. But this is a very small audience.
She's going to go to court. That's it.
Yes. And it's a small audience. It's not as big as people think, but
it's still on the internet.
Yes, it is. And some of the things that people have said, they can't take away, even if they want to hide their videos. You have clips, and that's out there, so you can't just hide it. Again, the thing about Frank Gotti's mini bike, again, that's bait. It's bait. It's bait. They want you to react to it. In fact, they're not even thinking about how terrible it was. They're just doing it. What they're thinking about is they're getting a reaction out of you. To be honest with you, it's not even that they're thinking that this was a good thing or well deserved or anything. They're not. It's not even about Frank. It's about just let's provoke Angel. So with those things, I wouldn't.
No,
Even
you know what it is.
What is
I'll
it?
put it up here and show everybody what low lives they really are. You have to be a real. I don't know. To me, you have to be like somebody. I can't even imagine. Well, what kind of person you have to be to put up anything about a dead child, anybody's dead child. It's like you're almost not human.
Unfortunately, it's people whose minds don't go to that place and think, well, it can't happen to me, or who cares, or it's
That's
that's the
exactly
problem.
it. People think it can't happen to them. Karma
Can.
is real.
It absolutely can happen. Happens every day. I mean, it may not be so dangerous riding a bike around the Amish, but you know, there are still anything else can happen.
Exactly. Exactly. Just horrible.
But
Really,
you
seriously.
But you know, you have so many more funny stories about like your family, your mom.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, those are the things that I think also people really like to hear.
Uh-huh.
So maybe while you know, address some of the things that have been said, you can also go into some of the things that, you know, are just funny stories about your family,
Mm-hmm.
about your mom, especially because your mom, you painted her as such a character. You're like, she's 5'1",
Yeah,
but
you
she
know
doesn't hurt
what?
anybody.
Yeah, you know what? I found an interview, and I think I'm gonna play that of my mom. So I'm gonna play that for everybody.
Was this the one with Frank Morano?
Yeah.
Yes,
Him?
yeah,
I think I heard that years
Yeah.
ago. She was so
yes,
funny
years
in it.
ago. Yes.
She said she goes, I was John's geisha. I remember that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have a
Uh-huh.
very strange memory. I can remember things from so long ago, but 10
Yeah.
minutes ago, I'll be like, I have to write that down. Sorry, forgot. But she was so funny in that. You should play that.
Well,
And you should also play the part where when he brings up Frankie, how she almost went into tears.
yes,
So they
exactly.
understand, you know, when you keep on bringing this up, this woman never really got past it. She never really let it go. I don't have children. I do understand when people lose a child. I had grandparents that did on both sides, but your mother, it was like when she, in that interview, it was like it had happened yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
Play that interview because I remember being shocked when I had heard it.
Yeah.
Then people might understand. You know, people may understand, but you have so many funny stories about her, about the poodle that she wanted, and then she had a dog that wasn't a poodle, but she wanted to perm the hair.
Well, my father told her it was a poodle, and when it gets a little older, you take the you take him over to the salon to the, I'm not sure, yeah, the grooming in the veterinarian,
Oh
and
God.
they put the rods, they put the curlers in, and they make it, oh, he said they give it a permanent.
Oh God. And she believed it?
Yeah, and she waited till it got a little, a little older, a little bigger, and then she brought it to the salon, the groomer, and they're like, "Hi, well, and she's like, "Yeah, I want her curls put in, I want his curls put in," and they were like, "What?"
Oh, that's so funny.
She said the curls. He's a poodle. He has to get his curls put in.
I bet your mother had a talking to with your father after that.
No, because as soon as she told him, "What are you telling me that they put the curls in? He's not a poodle," and he just started laughing.
Yep.
He forgot all about it because he got this puppy. Somebody gave him this puppy, and I'll never forget that puppy as long as I live. That puppy was so tiny. He put his hand in his jacket pocket and pulled it out. I'll
Oh,
never
that's funny.
forget that. That's how tiny it was.
Well,
And
you always had animals, right, in your house?
always, all our lives. And so he forgot all about it. Here's a puppy. Somebody gave him a puppy. He had kids. We wanted a dog so bad. The freaking dog was so cute. And
Oh,
he forgot all about getting a perm. He just told her, "Yeah, no, it's a poodle."
So I remember.
Get it perm. You have to get it permanent.
Oh no. I remember when your sister had a show and she had this dog, forget his name.
Sebastian.
Yeah, the little teacup Maltese.
Yeah,
And
Sebastian.
she's like, I was never really a dog person, but yet she was getting the dog buried and in a little dog coffin. And I'm thinking that you guys all grew up with dogs. Would you say most of you guys were dog people?
I can tell you that my brothers and myself are bad dog people.
Yeah, you really love them, yeah.
Yes. And my mom and my sister, not too much because they like my mom especially because she's been hurt so many times when they die.
Yeah.
She was done. She's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
She doesn't, not that she's done, she doesn't get too attached anymore, too
Right.
emotionally attached.
Right.
But
I do remember that.
my son had a dog his whole life, but his last dog, he was extremely close with, and once that dog died, Champ died, he will never get another dog again.
Oh gosh,
And
that
I think
happens.
that's sad. I think that's sad because there are dogs who need good parents.
I know, but you know what? When my dog died, I had a mini pincher, and she had a heart problem, and I would never give her back, and I wouldn't put her down because she was able to live with being medicated, and she was able to go out and still, do whatever she had to do. So she was still walking around. She was all right. But like a person, they said, eventually these medications won't help, and she will have a heart attack. When she did, I swore on everything I would never get another dog. For 4 years, I got another dog. I was like, I will do it. And I did, but I swore on everything holy. I was so upset when the dog passed. I remember going into my place and the silence was deafening. And I just couldn't, I mean, I couldn't take it. So, but I got another one 4 years later. And, she owns me too. She eats better than most people. She makes me cook for her.
Oh, that's my dogs too. I cook for them.
How is Chanel's fur?
Chanel is better now. Thank God. Chanel is better. She hasn't scratched at all today, as a matter of fact. And I know that because Chanel has a collar and a tag on her that if she does move, I hear it clinking.
Yeah.
And she has not scratched at all.
Good. Well, I know I said something that was called like Betagen or something, where that's where it works if you kind of spray that on them. But she's a white dog, right? Sometimes the white dogs are their skin is very sensitive.
She's like white and gold, like blonde, more blonde.
Yeah, their skin gets very sensitive. I don't know what it is. It happened to my dog when I first got her, and she had to be put on medication. Then they gave me Betagen, and I was using that, and it stopped. But they're prone to like hot spots and everything. They get those like little red spots on them sometimes. It's just that's what happens with the white dogs. But as long as she's all right.
How old is your dog?
She's going to be 3 this coming year.
Oh, wow. Okay, she's a baby.
Yeah, well, when I got her, she was 5 months.
Yeah.
And I picked her up, and she had a sister there, and I couldn't take both of them. And I said, well, let them choose me. And so the little white dog chose me, and I was like, all right, that's it. And then a guy showed up, really nice guy, and said, give me the sister.
I love how that's like time. It's like clockwork. They do that.
No, the dogs heard a story about the dogs, and they decided to chime in. We'll see when Angel's back.
Now, what is your dog's name?
I'm going to keep her name quiet because of YouTube. Oh no, I'm not gonna. I won't say her name, but she's a little Chihuahua fox terrier.
No, don't say what kind of dog or what the name is.
Yeah.
Why
So
did they do something with that?
you have no idea, but
Okay.
if anyone did, they'd hear it from me and a load of other people. But what I was saying about my dog, I kind of forgot when Angel had to go and tend to hers. Huh. I lost my train of thought. I was talking about my dog. She's going to be. Oh, I was saying when I picked her up at the pound that she had a sister, and that there was a young guy that showed up, and he said, "I'll take the sister." And they said, "Well, don't you want to meet her first?" I said, "No, don't worry about it. I'll just take the sister." So they both got adopted the same day. So that was nice. But you wouldn't really know by looking at her. You wouldn't totally know her breed anyway, so it wouldn't matter. I feel like Carol's been so quiet. I don't want to hog up the conversation.
No, it's okay. I'm listening.
Carol's like, I'm not going to add anything to this. Carol, do you have any pets?
A pit bull.
That's a good pet to have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's just like her owner.
There you go.
No, she's really good. She's very calm and very good with children.
Oh, that's good. They used to be known as the nanny dogs. Their breed has been changed over the years, but they used to be known as the nanny dogs.
She is very protective, but she's really good. The only thing I see with her, you can tell 1, 2, 3. If somebody isn't right in the head, that's the only way to put it, because she'll react. And I pay attention to the way she reacts to people. Like if she starts growling, then I know there's something wrong, and I just go the other way with her.
Right. My
But
dog does that too.
yeah, they have a keen sense of people.
Oh, yeah. No, they totally do. But
But
Angel,
she's
you gotta. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Carol.
but she's very loving, and I mean, my granddaughter rides her like a horse.
Oh my God.
And she lets her do it, and I'm like, okay. And I think with the pit bulls, they get a bad rep because it all depends on how you raise them.
Right.
You know, I had her trained and everything else, and she's great. And yet you hear horror stories, and I think it's just because of the way people bring them up.
True. It's true. I have a friend that has had pit bulls. She had the most sweetest pit bull ever. Yeah, it is the way people treat them, bring them up. It's the way that they've been used for fighting over the years, but they didn't start out like that. A lot of breeds are mixed with pits too, and they're great breeds. They're these great mutts, and they're not vicious. They're not. I mean, so they get a bad reputation. It's kind of unfair.
So are they not violent? But because I watch a lot of, well, I used to. She's off now, but I used to watch a lot of Judge Judy, and I don't. If somebody came into her courtroom with a case, particularly about a dog, 9 times out of 10, if their dog was the one that attacked and it was a pit bull, like you already knew the case wasn't going in their favor. Like she would have clippings up at her desk about how they attack children, or they can like how they can be vicious towards children. I guess.
Well, I guess if she had a case where it was proved that the dog attacked, that would be different. I'm actually not a fan of Judge Judy. I'll tell you why. She told this story. It was on Larry King a long time ago. How she was a judge and she had awarded custody to a mother who was like addicted to drugs, and the child wasn't safe with her. And she said, next thing she was reading about the child floating in the river, and she said, "Well, I had to forgive myself for that." And when I see some of her rulings, and even her daughter said, she's like, I can't believe the way my mother talks to some people. And I knew someone who sat next to her on a flight, and he said, my God, he said, she's a lot to handle. So yeah, she's not. I kind of don't like judges that have that hair trigger temper, because I think they're too quick to make snap decisions. I know she's running a show, but some of these things that she had said was way before her show.
Yeah, I
And
think they did a documentary on that. They showed her before they showed her in the courtroom before she actually had a show.
hmm
I saw that.
how was she acting?
Pretty much the way she does on the show.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty much. I mean, she's not faking it. That she's like that in real life. It appears.
yeah. No, she's like, I haven't been wrong since 1952. I'm like, no, you kind of were. I think it was 1969 or 1970, uh, when what happened to that child happened, and you easily forgave yourself. So yeah, she's not my favorite judge. I don't know that I have a favorite judge. I don't
I
have any
do.
favorite judges.
I do. It's a relative of Judge Judy's, and she was my brother's judge, and her name is Shira Shinlin.
Oh, isn't that Shinlin or Shineland?
She's related to Judge Judy.
It's got to be Shineland then.
Yeah, Shinlin.
Yeah, it's got to be that. And I wonder, is that her husband's?
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't even remember what her husband's last name was. I don't even remember anymore. But that's interesting.
Yes.
I know. That, well, all right, then she was a good judge.
She was very fair. Very fair.
That's good. That's what you want him to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what you want him to be, because you think about it, people going into courtrooms and they're told, well, if you don't plead to this, then we'll hit you with even more charges. You could spend more time in jail. And some people have this feeling that they're forced into saying that they did something that they didn't, because they feel that there's evidence against them and it's too hard to prove that they didn't do it. It's not a perfect system. That's why I think I've even rethought the death penalty myself.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see for certain people, I would be like, I don't have a problem with them getting the chair. But in other cases, when you look at it, you kind of have to look at it objectively and say, well, wait a minute. It's not such a perfect system.
Exactly. And one innocent man that gets put to death is one too many.
That is true. But Angel, you must have some other stories about your mom and your family. See, I think that's where your strength is. That's what makes it, so interesting, your show. When you start talking about, just some of the things about your mom, and then, the dog, Mr. G, who like had his own like condo in the backyard, like your cats.
Yeah.
Just things like that I think that people, I think if you start to talk about that too, that might sort of offset some of the other stuff, and you might actually enjoy the shows even more.
Right.
Or you might have to ask Lee Cole to come back and tell some of his stories. He has a lot of stories.
Lee Cole flat left me.
I know.
Well, we were going to do a movie review. I can almost
Oh.
guarantee you've never watched that movie yet, have you?
I'm going to. What is it on now?
Lawless? Last time I checked, it was on Netflix.
Oh, is it still on Netflix?
I can turn from my Archie bunker and find out for you. Hold on. Oh my gosh, this man is a nut. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm doing it now.
Well, it wasn't the judge. It was the Department of Justice, the DOJ.
Hey, Brooklyn Bounce is here. What's going on?
Hi, Brooklyn Bounce. How are you?
Hi, Brooklyn.
Hi, Brooklyn.
He's popped up.
You don't watch Hallmark movies, do you, during this season, do you?
I'm a Grinch.
I'm not a Hallmark kind of person.
Angel,
I-
are you a bit of a Grinch? I'm a Grinch. I love it.
Not me. Oh, no, 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 no. No Grinch here.
Oh, see, I love the Grinch. He
No,
gave the presents back. His
I
only
just don't
real,
like the corny Christmas movies. Some of them
yeah,
are corny for me.
yeah, I agree. But yeah, no, I love the Grinch. His only problem was is that he ran around without any pants on. But
My kids noticed that.
I was like, what in the hell? But yeah, I know. I love the Grinch. He's always, I have one of my friends had a Grinch tree, and I'm like, what is that? But I do. I love the
You like the
Grinch.
movie or the cartoon?
I like all of it, and I like the little, like, I have this little toy of the Grinch that I bring out during Christmas.
What?
I do. I love the Grinch. Where people are putting up their trees, I'm like, fine, I'll put up a little tree, but gotta have my little Grinch toy around.
Oh, I thought you said you. I thought you said you have a little branch. I'm like, you bring out a branch for a tree?
No,
You put 3 Christmas balls on it and that's it?
no. I have a little tree. I can't have a real tree. I'm totally allergic to like the pine. It'll ruin my life.
I can't have a real tree because my dogs will pee on it.
Oh yeah, mine would drink the water, and it's also, it can be a fire hazard too. So I'm
Yeah, exactly.
not real keen about having a real tree.
Now you guys are being Debbie Downers. I wanted to go get a real one. I miss this. I love the way it smells up the house.
It does smell nice too, but you could also, I'm telling you, some of the fake trees, they look real. They look real. If you get ones that are, you can get one that's really nice and it actually looks real. No one will know.
Not only that, Marla,
Yeah.
if you get an artificial tree, Walmart sells the evergreen sticks or the pine sticks, and they're made of oil. You put them in the tree, and the tree smells real.
Really?
Oh,
What do you,
Yes.
It's a stick?
Yes. I have them on my tree. My husband's complaining because the whole house smells of pine.
There's a new thing that I saw on Facebook I want to try. You put cinnamon, cranberry, and orange on the stove, and it's supposed to do the whole aroma through your house.
Yeah, it works.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. But my whole house smells like pine because I went and I bought it's like 6 sticks in a canister. So I went and bought 3 of them and I put them all through my tree. And you can smell it all the way upstairs.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. And Karen, you'd like the way I've got the outside decorated because I have a 5-foot Grinch out there.
I love it.
Is it December 26th yet?
I love it.
I bought that for my husband.
What?
I love the Grinch. I always have. And I can remember, like, when I was younger, my brother, he was older than me. So when he was really young and he was watching the Grinch, he cried. But my mother noticed. I loved it.
Yep.
I was like, you gave the presents back. So what?
Yeah. And then I got the little Grinch that I can play on my shelf that sings the song from the movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
I love it.
My granddaughter loves that. She goes around hitting everything.
See, I love the Grinch or the Elf on the Shelf.
Oh,
have that one.
please. I'm tired of that Elf on the Shelf. I'm tired
That
of
thing is
hiding that freaking
exhausting. Oh
thing.
my gosh. And did you see that thing on
Oh.
Facebook that they did where you can put it in different places and it can do all this cool stuff? And I'm just like, oh no, I'm not that creative.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
just
that
left the elf
motivated.
literally sitting on the shelf. That's it. That's it. But the Grinch is always out.
My granddaughter comes every day looking for that dopey elf, and there better be chocolates hidden somewhere in the house that the elf left.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
God, that's a lot. But that's nice you have your granddaughter come and visit so much.
Oh, believe me, near Christmas, she's here. Well, she's here all the time, but especially at Christmas, she's always in here. She's trying to find where I hide the presents. And I'm laughing because she doesn't realize I left them at my neighbor's house.
That's the best way. That's what my friend's father did. He left all the presents at the neighbor's house so the kids wouldn't find it.
You know why I did that? When my children were smaller, I used to hide them in my room under the bed. And one day they found them. So I says, we're going to play games now. Now they know what they're getting. So the following year, they're looking all over the house, under the bed, everywhere, and they're going, oh, Mom didn't get any gifts this year. Nobody's, we're not getting anything. I had everything at my girlfriend's house. And I brought it in after they were sleeping.
I used to hide the gifts in, I had a garage, and my father's car was in the garage. So I would hide all their gifts in my father's car, in the trunk, and in the back seat, put a blanket over it, and the front seat, put a blanket over it. They never even they would search the whole house, the garage, everywhere, looking for their gifts. They never thought to look inside the Mercedes.
Angel, why did you have your dad's car in your garage? And like, do you still? I don't know if this is personal, but do you still have the car?
No, now it's by my brothers, but I had the car, and first of all, when my dad was home, the car used to stay in my garage.
Sorry.
Oh. When I was home, the car would be in my garage because he didn't have a garage. I did, and I lived down the block from him.
Okay. Oh, he didn't have a garage.
No, because they made a room out of that garage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so he put the car in. That makes sense.
Yeah. So his car was in my garage.
Do you drive it a lot? I would have been driving it a lot.
No.
Like your car, Dad. It's in my garage.
Yeah, no, not at all. I was too afraid to drive that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's big. It was big. It's that big black Mercedes.
See, I'd rather drive larger cars. I don't like driving little cars. I don't think they're safe.
You mean like an SUV?
It doesn't have to be an SUV, but it has to be just a bigger, like, sedan. I don't like driving, like, there are people that drive smart cars, and I just think they're coffins on wheels. You get into an accident with those, forget it.
Yeah. I only drive the, what do you call them? SUVs.
Yeah, I like anything that's just usually like sedans, but just a larger car, but not like a little car. I just don't like them. I just don't think they're safe. You drive on the highways or anything, it's just safe. It's not safe, so I won't do it. And I love driving, but if I had to drive in a small car,
I love
driving another way.
I love driving. Marla, do you drive?
Yes.
Carol, you drive?
No.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Why?
Because one time there was an accident and I was in the car, and ever since then, I'm a nervous wreck.
I can understand that. There's someone that I know where her brother was in a car, and it was near like the Old Mill Basin region of like Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like water around there, like, and what happened was the guy got out the car and his friend stayed in, and it was just a really bad rainy night, and the car skidded right off and flipped over, and they all died. So the sister of this brother who got out that I knew never drove, never wanted to learn how to drive, never could get in a car after that.
What happened with me was my husband was driving. This guy came out of nowhere. Thank God, because that was before they had seatbelts in the car,
Oh no.
and thank God the window was open on the passenger side, because the guy hit my side and my face hit where the window was.
Oh no.
And ever since then, I wouldn't. I won't go behind the wheel.
Are you kidding? Really?
No, it terrified me, Angel. There's very few things that can terrify me, but that's it.
I understand that because I understood someone who had the same reaction, and it's been this way for her. And she is a lot older than me, and she still will never ever drive a car.
My
Won't do it.
mother-in-law was like that too.
Lewis's mom?
Lewis's mom would never drive. Didn't want to know nothing, right, Vic? Your grandmother didn't want to drive.
No, she
Never.
did.
And she would be a nervous wreck every time she got into someone else's car.
Oh no.
In the back seat.
She always sat in the back seat, exactly.
Oh
Angel,
no.
I do the same thing. If we got to go somewhere, I sit in the back with my granddaughter. I won't sit in the front.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Well, Angel, where you lived, I kind of always got the feeling that Howard Beach was more like kind of a residential part of Queens. It wasn't like it's commercial, so maybe there not as many subways around there?
There was plenty of buses.
Buses, yeah.
Yeah, and the subway wasn't that far away. I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like
'cause I would
that.
have thought it would be hard to get around, without driving
Oh,
unless you didn't have.
There's a train in Old Howard too.
Ah,
There was plenty of buses.
yeah,
Plenty
because there
of
are parts of Brooklyn where there are less subways, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And like kind of by the Old Mill Basin region, there's less subways. So I've known people who've had a harder time getting to work. They have to take the bus to the subway, and it's been difficult. But you told a really funny story about your mom. Actually, you didn't tell it, your sister did. She said that your dad didn't really have this is what she had said. I don't know how if this was really how the story was told, but your dad could be old fashioned in the very early years of their relationship, and he really didn't want your mom to drive. So your mom got into a car with Angela Ruggiero, and they decided to just take the car for a joyride, and they sideswiped it. That's what I remember her saying. Was that true?
And then what they did was they parked it and they ran back into the house. And what happened is that my uncle Angelo, is homesick or whatever it was, and my uncle Pete wanted to borrow the car, and so he told him that, yeah, of course, he borrows the car. And meanwhile, it was at nighttime, so he didn't know. He got in the car.
Oh, they pinned him, did they?
No, what happened is Uncle Pete borrowed the car and parked it. And my Aunt Marie and my mom then got in the car when Uncle Angelo went to sleep, and they went for a ride in the car because my mom was learning how to drive at that time. She didn't tell my father she was taking driving lessons. And so they got into the car and they smacked it up and they put it back in the spot.
That's when your mom should have been like, "See, John, look what some guy did." And you're telling me that, you don't think it's a good idea if I drive? I have to drive. That's it.
And my uncle Angel got so mad at my Uncle Pete, and Uncle Pete is saying, "What are you talking about? I didn't crash. Nothing happened."
And I think I called your Uncle Angelo. I think I said his wife is Angela, but it's Marie, right?
No, Marie, my Aunt Marie.
Marie. Yeah. Okay, I got it wrong.
Yeah.
Wife and Angela.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that Piggy's fixated on the names of my uncle's kids for some reason.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You may not want to keep on digging. He may not want to keep on digging. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
I don't get that. Well, you know what? If you're not working, Angel, have a lot of time on your hands.
The what?
If you're not working, you have a lot of time on your hands.
Yeah, I don't like looking up people. I don't want to be like these people. You know, I did it one time because I swore that NB was Lee Cole's
Daughter?
daughter. Yeah, and I was digging and digging. It was driving me crazy. Like, who could she be? Who could she be? And I knew. And then Lee Cole said one day like she was his daughter or something.
Oh my God, Lee.
Yeah. No, what happened is what Lee Cole said was that NB had control of his channel.
Oh Lord.
I just said to myself, well, why would you let a stranger have control of your channel? So it's got to be his daughter.
Oh my God. Well, Lee always has stories. After I heard his little people story in Indianapolis, that was it. So Lee loves to have stories, but
Yeah.
Lee grows on you. Lee grows on you.
He
does.
has no idea. Yes, he does. Because I couldn't stomach him. I couldn't stand him. Even just seeing his face would disturb me. But then, like the back and forth. Oh God. And then
Exactly.
and then one day, I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna text that piece of shit. And and I was like, Lee Cole, why do you insist on irritating me so badly? And then that was it. From there, we would go back and forth. And that was it. As long as if he said something, if I said something, he would text me, Angel. And we would go back and forth. But then we just became friends. Then it was like, he was so funny. To me, I never knew how funny Lee was.
No, he is. And he described his childhood, and he had not a very easy upbringing. And
Exactly.
some of the stories he tells where he's like, I've been married 4 times or something, or 5 times.
I mean, come on, that's very sad. Like he told the story where, they didn't have food. He didn't have food. Him and his sister would go and steal food.
Yeah, I know. And he said that his mother would just keep him outside all day.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say too. But I couldn't remember. I'm like, wait, I was going to tell that story. And then I'm like, wait, did Lee tell everybody that?
Yeah, he did. He said, I remember him saying
it. It's okay.
But he said that he didn't regret anything. He was fine. But then he told a very funny story about his first wife. He showed a picture and everyone's like, oh, she's very pretty. He's like, yes, that's my wife, my first wife. She's Puerto Rican. He goes, and she threw me down the stairs when she got angry at me. Like, I don't know what Lee did, but I have a feeling Lee didn't grow on all of his wives. So it was very funny. But you got to think somebody who grows up in a tough home, it may take them a while as they become an adult to
exactly.
To see how to handle certain things, because they've never been shown. He's sort of out on his own at a young age. So, but Lee is funny, and he's very good at trying to understand how YouTube works, trying to understand how to monetize, understanding that the commercials they're more important than sometimes just these cash apps coming in. So, good for him.
Well, Lee?
Yeah. He's learned how to he was learning about how to really monetize off of YouTube, learning about how important the commercials were, where he could make his money.
Exactly.
Like, good for him.
Exactly. See, these people don't understand that Lee Cole does not get upset when they talk about him. He gets happy.
I know.
Lee, what is wrong with you? And his number one thing is algorithm, Angel.
He loves it. Well, we've mentioned Lee's name.
It when they talk about me. I love it.
we've mentioned Lee's name so much that he should be just thrilled. But I love it when he gives Polly a little cameo. That's the cutest, when he brings his little dog on.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
That's adorable. And he had a little picture of her, a little short, where she was dressed in a little pink coat. It's the cutest thing, because you see Lee is kind of like more of a big gruff guy, and he's got his little dog in a little pink coat.
Oh, and then John Martin, how are you feeling? Are you in the hospital? You're out of the hospital? How are you feeling? When he shows that video of Polly barking,
Yes.
like at the other dogs.
Yes.
He does that every day. He drives by so Polly could see her friends and bark at them.
Yes, he said that she got out once and they ran down the road.
Yeah.
But it's very cute. Yeah, poor John Martin, kidney stones, right? I hope he's all right.
Yeah, and it's bad.
Yeah, I had kidney stones once, and you're not kidding. My God, I was on the floor for 12 hours rolling in pain.
Yeah. What happened to Tommy Real Deal?
I don't know. Maybe his internet connection wasn't so good. For some people, it isn't. I don't know. Wasn't he on before and then he went off? I miss Becky O.
He fell off.
Maybe he got tired from his conversation with Becky O last night.
He was talking about, look, there's Rudy. Rudy's here. It's 11:27 in Texas.
Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you, Rudy.
No, Becky O is funny. I'm telling you, you got a problem.
Karen, tell me why you found that funny, Karen. You're a very educated girl. I want you to explain why you found the whole thing funny.
So my whole thing is that she was still talking about an older argument that she had with Lee, and the fact that Lee was even on the show upset her. And so when she got on, it kind of she became very, very emotional. And then she started to then the argument started to ensue. But what I find funny about Becky is that I think if she went down to Pennsylvania and Florida, you might have a problem solved. Becky is not, let me tell you something. Becky's not going to let anybody do anything.
Drive.
Becky picked up a cop and threw him into a wall.
Yeah, but Becky doesn't drive.
Becky will find a way down there. She's been to Florida. She could fly. She would find a way.
No, I wouldn't want Becky out.
I noticed they're not even mentioning her.
They never do.
That's right, because they know.
Yeah, especially him. He knows that he better not.
She will. Yeah, that would be the worst idea. So that's great. So I'm like, Becky, you sent her down there. Pay for her plane ticket. Watch Gotti.
Oh, I can't. No, they're not worth it. They're definitely not worth it.
Oh, I'm telling you, nobody would mess with her. But that's why I found it funny. I think she was misinterpreting anything that Real Deal said, because I don't think he said anything. But then she said, no, it's not about you. I think it was more about Lee. She was upset about Lee's comment. Yeah, which I'm not. Sometimes I don't know if Becky's just kind of kidding around, or it's hard to tell.
He was just teasing. He didn't mean it.
No, I'm saying I don't sometimes know if Becky's just kidding around.
Oh, right.
Like if that's sort of like her whole shtick, like.
Yeah, exactly.
Because she was explaining to everyone how that could be totally impossible because she was Italian and Hispanic, and there's no way. So I'm not going to go into that. We all heard that one, but I think it was just that. It was just she had more of an issue with Lee, and then he came on the show, and so she was upset, and so she's just very emotional. But that's why when she and Josie were on, I thought that wasn't a good idea, because she was getting too emotional, and Josie was already having a hard time, so it wasn't a good idea for the two to
Yeah,
be on.
right.
Where I think Real Deal could kind of just,
Exactly.
he let it kind of roll off his back, and Lee would have loved it. Lee would have
Oh, forget it. Forget about it. See,
That's
like
these.
if she came on and she was fighting with Lee Cole, I would have liked it.
Shit starter.
It's very funny though. I mean, I was like, what is going on? Listen,
But
there are
that's
things that
why
she was saying.
that's why I told her, like, okay, Becky, I apologize. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry, and I will tell Lee Cole tomorrow, right? But then she flipped out when I even apologized.
I thought it was so funny. You were like, would you have preferred if I had said go fuck yourself?
You're like, is that what
She
you
didn't
want
get
me to
it. And I'm
say?
just like, how did you not hear that? She said it so clear. She said it.
I know, and she
Well,
said,
and then Marla just laid down the law. She's like, that's it, no more. And then you're like, you can't fight with Marla, Becky. But everyone in the chat was like, is this the Twilight Zone? Is this the
It
Twilight
feels
Zone?
like it. I swear, last night did feel like the Twilight Zone. Nobody was happy. Everybody was getting mad over the. It felt like, yeah, we had entered the Twilight Zone last
But
night.
Becky makes me laugh so hard. Some of the things that she says, I'm like, wait a minute, how's that possible? And I'm not going to repeat some of them, but I'm just like, wait a minute, what? So, but she does provide a certain amount of entertainment value, but she's so used to having her own show. So sometimes having her on with a panel full of people doesn't always bode well. I mean,
you think?
Yeah, just from when she was talking with Josie, because Josie was having a very hard time. And that's the time where I couldn't. She asked for me to come on, but I didn't come on because I just thought it wasn't probably a good idea, just because she seemed to be. I felt bad for her. I think she just has a lot on her plate.
Yeah, but she said, "Don't bring Karen on. I like Karen."
I know, it was very sweet of her. Most
but
of it,
you didn't come on.
No, I for a lot of that, I was just sitting and staying to the sidelines. And the only time, like now, I came on was because I was very upset about what was said about, like I said, someone who was a first responder, and he was confided his feelings and what he was struggling with to the guy in Pennsylvania. And when there was a falling out, he blasted him and said things that he should not have said.
Wait, to who?
To Brooklyn Bounce. He had blasted Brooklyn Bounce, and
this is what I see. This is Marla. You see what I mean? I knew it.
Oh.
Wait, what did you know?
Palmina is drunk.
Who's drunk?
Palmina. She's drunk.
Oh, Palmina. Hi,
Yeah.
Palmina.
I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead. But I thought that she was I thought she was way out of line. Not what she was saying was out of line. Like, Angel, you threw me, whatever she was saying about me. And then she said, I'm going to do a live now. And I'm like, wait, why are you even upset? I don't even know what's bothering you. Like, what's wrong?
Yeah, well, that's
what's wrong.
That's what I'm sort of saying when I say she gets very emotional. It's probably a battery of things that are making her that way. Yeah, she was off kilter, but maybe she'll calm down. But yeah, she was getting very upset. But you kind of know, if you invite her on the show, she might say that. Angel, how dare you that she was speaking to your dad and you didn't know that he called you dad, something like that, or that he likes water. She was making me laugh, but yeah, she was getting upset. But I think that's just also just stuff that's going on with her, and then some of it may be part of her own shtick,
Yeah, I don't know.
She likes to be very sort of bold. So it's kind of hard having someone from another show sometimes on your own show. They have sort of their own agenda or something they want to bring up,
Yeah. Who? Becky?
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, certain people, if they have their own show and they may be a little bit more wilder on that show, and Becky's real free with, with
Yeah.
talking about some things. Um, she, I think she's used to having sort of her own platform, and she probably that, and just the fact that she's a little bit sensitive, and she was prone to getting, fired up a bit, and she was still angry at Legal for what he said.
I know, but he didn't, he was just teasing.
It's the JJ gate. That's what you should have named.
The
Oh,
JJ game.
yeah.
Was that you that came up with the
Yes,
JJ game?
exactly.
That was good. That was-
You need to have just a show, and it could not be that long, and just have them speak about it, because that's it. I mean, everything else has happened on the show with Becky, so that's it. But she does make me laugh. She says some things where I'm like, wait a minute, what? How's that possible? How is that possible? She said, I'm not even going to say it. It's just, it's just too out there. It's a little too crazy. But yeah, she does. She's had a very interesting life where she's always sort of fighting for something.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I don't know how that could happen, but I think it's probably because she's a very strong personality, and she maybe some of these things, some of these arguments may escalate, but I don't know. I wasn't there. All I know is she's very nice. When she comes into the chat with me, I say hi, and then I realize that she's upset about something about 2 seconds later, and I had no idea it was even coming. That's Becky.
No, I think she's entertaining, but she just, you got to pipe down with all that drama. We got
Yeah.
enough. We got enough over here.
I know.
We've hit our quota.
That's true. That's true. I think she may have a hard time with piping down with the drama. There are some people just sort of wired in a certain way. That's what I'm saying, So when you have somebody who comes on the show, that may be it. But to switch gears, has everyone bought Christmas presents yet? Carol?
Yeah, I'm done.
You're done?
Yep. I started in August.
Smart.
Oh.
Smart. I already got all my Christmas presents done. Angel? The Angel's quiet. She's on mute. She doesn't want to answer. She may not have bought all her Christmas presents.
No. No, my friend just sent me a clip of something, so I was just listening to it. To a pack of rat degenerates talking dirty as usual, but whatever. Yeah, just low lives. These are low lives. These were people that that nobody even knew these people. Nobody even paid attention to these people. But
And
yet
they weren't
you know,
much in their own lives, even when people didn't pay attention. It's not like they were big fish in their little ponds either.
yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Oh, wow. SPK says that Karen's voice is amazingly comforting.
Thank you. I'm not always that zen, though. That's what surprises people. I'm not always that zen. If there's no reason, to be upset, but like anybody else, yeah, no, I can get upset for sure. My voice won't be that comforting, but it's fine. I like speaking to the chat. I like speaking to all the people. 5.56 media. I like most of the people. Actually, like everybody in the chat. I'm always saying hi to them, and I don't know most of them, so I don't know all of them. Basically, I think I might know one person, but no, I like chit chatting and just seeing how people are, and
Yeah,
and that's why
exactly.
I got upset when the only times, and you'll be able to say it, the only times I've ever gotten up and spoke about something, because I'm a private person, is when I saw something being done to somebody else that was wrong, whether it was Brooklyn, whether it was Carol and Angela, whether it was just all those, stupid statements about black women and women in general, just certain things you can't say because it comes from somewhere. There's something else going on. There's something else going on.
Yeah.
It's not just
Exactly.
when people start to do things like that and they continuously do them and they don't apologize, say, okay, I learned. And you can still have people that say, I'm going to hold it against you. Just because you apologize doesn't mean that people have to forgive you. But when it's continuous and we've all seen that it's gotten bigger and bigger, then that's a problem. But you cannot, that did bother me when someone who's a first responder was spoken about that way. You just don't do that. Because I know people like that who've had a lot of physical problems and also just mentally. It's not right. Oh, John Martin gave you.
John Martin, thank
That's
you so
nice.
much. That was so nice of you. That's really nice of you. Thank you.
We hope
Dog
John Martin's feeling better.
Chewy, here we come, Chewy. My Chewy bill is more than my car payment.
Oh my goodness. Angel, have you bought all your grandkids and everyone all Christmas gift? No?
No, I'm like 3/4 done.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, 3/4.
Is Aunt Nene is she finished buying everything? I think they call your daughter Victoria that.
They call her Nene. Yeah,
Yeah.
they call her Nene. No, I don't think she's done yet.
It's hard. Well, she works all the time, and I understand because I was working tonight.
Exactly.
I was working tonight, not in the office, but I was working tonight too on a couple of projects. So that's why
today did she get any? She got some boxes, but she didn't open them, so they may be mine.
So I told a friend of
She
mine.
gets boxes, she opens it and tells me, look, but she didn't open them. She just took them downstairs. So that might be for me.
So I told a friend of mine he had bought 2 coats and one was too big for him. And he said, I'm going to give it to one of my friends. He really likes this coat. He said, but I don't know how to wrap presents. I'm a guy. I don't know what I'm doing. And he goes, kind of feel dumb, like bringing over a bag with a bunch of like ribbons on it. I said, listen, let me help you out. I said, go to a pizza store, ask for a pizza box, put the gift in that, bring over some calzones and be like, here's your gift. Open it.
God.
I'm like, you won't have to wrap anything. And he's like, that's perfect. It's priceless. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, just there you go. Do it as sort of like a gag gift, but then you'll find this really nice coat inside. So
SPK says I can't even picture Karen raising her voice. If I were with her and she would raise her voice, I'd run and hide immediately.
but the fact is that we're all talking, and remember, I'm not in an environment right now where it would warrant me to be upset, right? So it wouldn't make sense. And I'm not one of those. Oh, sorry, Marla.
What?
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
Oh,
So
no.
I didn't want to talk over you.
Oh, no. I was drinking something.
Oh, okay. So I'm saying I'm not in an environment that would warrant that. So it doesn't, you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't see that side. But then also haven't been put in a position that some of you have been put in where I would be just as angry as you. That's the thing.
Yeah, right.
So it's like you've got to look at the context. We're just talking here. That's fine. But I wasn't the one that was subjected to what you guys were.
Right.
Believe me, I would be plenty angry. Like anyone else. Anyone can get angry, but when you're in a situation like this, you're speaking to people in the chat, everything's fine, we're all on friendly terms. There's not a reason to raise my voice. I'm one of those people, I don't believe in threats and verbal and trying to hype yourself up. I believe if you're angry, your actions show it. You'll do it when you're angry. You'll show how angry you are at the time. I'm not one for people who sit there and threaten and try to warn, and that to me
Right.
is
Yeah.
nonsense. That's just somebody who's, you're full of hot air to me,
Yeah.
because it's always the quiet ones.
I have a question. Now, if you were on here and you had a platform and you were like, let's just say you were just doing like a table talk type thing where people could come and you guys could talk about issues of the day and whatnot, and you had your own channel, and then for whatever reason, like a content creator got angry with you, didn't like your position, or God forbid something in your family happened and they wanted to discredit you and what you were saying because of that, how would you go about continuing with your show and also correcting like the misinformation that's being put out there perhaps about you or your family? Like, how would you go about that? Like, if you had
Yeah.
your
I think that's a great question, because I haven't been put in that. I think probably what I would do is first you ignore. Look at where it's coming from. Does this person have a huge audience? Is it something that, if it's affecting people, if people in your chat are talking about it and bringing it up, then I would say I would address it. And then if it was slanderous, I would sue. And then I would just keep on going on with the show. And I would probably bring up the fact that this person has, if they had a record, if they had issues in the past, I would say consider that. And then I would say I'm not going to keep on going on about this, but every statement that they make, I'll let you know that it's going to be added to the slander suit, and you'll know that it's something that's not credible. It's easy for me to say that because I haven't been put in the position. And that's the difference, is that it becomes very emotional when you have family members getting attacked. Nobody wants to see their family members getting attacked, whether it's a sibling, whether it's your kid, whether it's your parent. And so I can understand the emotional reaction. I can understand wanting to go and you know talk right back and say, hey, wait a minute. The problem is that opens up a dialogue. But I think there's a different situation here. Angel's situation is different than the situation that you're talking about, only because she does have someone who is become infatuated. They won't admit it now, but there's too much of a um, there's too much of a fascination with her father. And the fact that this is another way of just getting close, and then another way of being angry because he never ever would have been able to even come close to John. And John Gotti is exactly who he admired for many years. And so I think that's it. I think it's more personal, because if you had someone who was just saying things, it wouldn't be as intense as this. If you had someone who said, I don't like your show, or or they're, even if they said something slanderous about you, most people would back off when they got a slander suit. But you're dealing with something different here. You're dealing with people who have criminal records, drugs on their records, for many years, have struggled with drugs, and then an infatuation. So she has a very different situation than most people who might just run into a problem with a content creator. That's the problem.
yeah.
So the way I would handle it might go very differently, because I don't have the rest of what's going on. Like what's happening to her isn't the identical situation. I think if I had the identical situation, I probably would have been that upset too. I probably would have rolled out, a slander suit even faster. And uh, I probably would have gone to the press, and I would have exposed this person. But that's what I'm saying. Of course, I'm not in her shoes, and I don't know the whole story. I don't know the backstory. And sometimes there are reasons why people can't do things, or they're advised by lawyers not to do things so quickly. So it's so easy to Monday morning quarterback, or think that but it's hard if you're in somebody's situation, if you're in that same situation. I always say you never know how somebody feels unless you're walking in their shoes.
But
I
what
heard,
backstory don't you know?
no, I'm saying I don't know if, like I said, I would probably even sooner, I would have gone after Pennsylvania and hit him with a slander suit.
Right.
Um, but I'm saying I don't know what the conversations were between you and your lawyers. Maybe it was wait, or maybe it was, you had another trial going on with Gene Borello.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it Borello? Everyone says his name is Barillo, but I swear to you it's spelt Borello.
Borello.
Yeah. I'm like, he's not another Italian who's pronouncing his name wrong. Some do. Some listen, Madonna pronounces her last name wrong. She says Saccone and it's not. So it's I don't know if she was being advised to handle this situation first before she went after the guy in Pennsylvania. So that's what I was saying, the backstory, Angel. I don't know the conversations. So I'm
Oh,
saying
oh.
I don't know exactly what I think I would have done, since I'm not in your shoes and I'm not privy to all of the info, like none of us should be. I don't know exactly how I would have handled it. I'm just thinking this is probably how I would have handled it with the information that I have.
Carol, same question.
I don't know how I would handle it. I really don't. I don't think I would ever have a channel for that reason. Because I think I would handle it the same way Angel does. I would probably explode first and then go see an attorney if they came after my children or my grandchildren.
Yeah, it's not hard to get pushed to that point. Like I'm saying, like we're all talking here, but to have to be put through what some people have been put through, not just Angel, but other people who've,
Other people too, yeah.
yeah, other people, it's not right. So and to just listen to someone who keeps on and keeps on, it's very hard to say. You'd have to, nobody can be that patient, and you kind of walk this line of, well, you don't want to get angry so publicly and you want to handle it, but you're not dealing with professional people. You're dealing with career criminals. You're dealing with people of drug problems. You're dealing with junkies. You're
You
dealing with
see,
junkies and people with RICO charges and people with other charges. And I mean, you're dealing with people that are more problematic than others.
what my fear would be, honestly, if I had a channel
Yeah.
and God forbid my sons found out I had a channel and something like this happened, like it did with Angel, I'm afraid for what my sons would do. And
Exactly.
Well,
okay, that's what scares me because
let me help
I,
you with that, Carol. The Pennsylvania guy's afraid of men, so the minute he saw your sons, not only would he not raise a hand, I can promise you and bet the house on it, he would become less aggressive. He wouldn't dare step up. That's
oh,
what would happen if he sees a man. I'm
I'm not
telling
worried about what he would do to my sons. I'm worried about what my sons would do to him.
I think
That's what I'm scared about.
oh I know, but I think with most they confront and then they wait for the other person to get aggressive or to do something where it looks like they're going to move against him and then they'll do it. That
Yeah,
I think he would panic and become so small.
I remember, Angel, do you remember that whole thing with him and Tony Pizza?
Yes, of
And
course I
when
do.
Tony Pizza was going after him, and all of a sudden you seen him on, he went live in a short and he was outside the police station.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying then.
Yep.
See,
Yeah.
that's what I'm afraid of, Carrie, because my sons would go down and he would run right to the cops like
Well,
he
if he had
always
witnesses,
does.
Carol, if he had witnesses, if he doesn't have witnesses and it's one person against the other, it's
It's
one
their
person.
word against the other, yeah. If
So
nobody's
there
there
will
to see how it starts, then it's kind of like, well, it's your word against theirs.
That's what I'm saying. This is a dangerous game, is that they think they can't be touched. If it's one person's word against the other, good luck. And I hate to tell you, the police have pretty much stepped down in most major cities. They don't even care. So if they see two guys and they, smack each other around, um, I'm not so sure how interested they're going to be.
You know what's confusing to me is that he knows what he did with pizza. He knows that he reported him to the cops. He knows it. And now that you're like the rat whisperer and that you're idolizing or you're admiring and calling all these cooperators bro and your friends, why can't you now just admit what you did? Because he's accepted among these people. So now embrace it. Tell the truth. Yeah, you did report pizza to the cops. Why not just embrace it now?
And you know what? The cops would have just laughed at him because Pizza didn't put a hand on him. Yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid he's not gonna admit anything. Well, he also thinks he was, he owned the streets, or he was the Pablo Escobar of drugs. He would have been in jail for a long time. That's not true.
Exactly.
He spent time in county. Still, it's not good. There's no mean streets of York. I'm sorry, but coming from New York, there are plenty. When I grew up, and probably now too, because crime has gone up. Yeah, there are plenty of places where it's not safe. And he said he grew up in Queens and Glendale. I know exactly where that area is. That wasn't safe. There's a lot of drug problems. Um, but he's like 8 when he left. So I think maybe he just feels really big among the Amish. But I think the Amish could beat him up. And I know their houses are built better than his. I'm sure that their buggy could go faster than the bike he probably drives because owns, because I don't know how he can drive a car if he's, struggling. Cars are expensive. Who knows? But yeah, he's a contradiction. He's just a keyboard warrior. He's just a
Didn't
guy
he say
beside.
he doesn't have anything in his name? So does that mean he doesn't have a car either?
Well,
Or that
apparently he says he has a car, but it might be. It doesn't matter if it's in Shanna's name. The thing is that when he gets sued, if he doesn't show up and he loses by default, all those assets go. Doesn't matter because the wife's going to be on the lawsuit.
and
She'll be
he
sitting.
honestly believes that I believe these were his words that YouTube, he's just such a small little tiny part of YouTube. So the fact that he defames, slanders my daughter, it's not a big deal. It's like, oh, come on, who's going to see it anyway? Could you imagine that?
First of all, it's stupid. Nobody believed it anyway because we all know where it came from. It came from Gene. And then Gene sat on his show and smirked and said, I didn't mean anything. I said I I was angry and it wasn't true. So what kind of interview was that? Gene just got on. I was like, yeah, everything I told you and you just said is a lie. And guess what? I'm not so sure he stopped saying it. Maybe he has, uh, but everyone knew where it was coming from because you already had the Post carried a story. That's where I had seen it right before you had your chat that you were suing Gene. So people knew that it was that it was an outrageous lie. It's easy to prove these things if somebody's in rehab. It's easy to prove.
Exactly. I'm sure. First of all, when you sue somebody and you have to prove, like, the things that you said
Hmm.
were true, you'd have to hire somebody to go find the rehab that my son was in, and my son was never in rehab.
And you'd also have to prove exactly where your kids grew up. And I don't know that they 100% grew up in Howard Beach. And don't answer that question.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know for their whole, all the way up to high school. And
Yeah.
so if you don't know somebody's whereabouts, who are these people that are seeing them do things? Like that's where you get into trouble too.
Exactly.
And you can't just say, well, somebody told me, but you said it. You went out there and presented it as fact.
Exactly.
I don't know if this is too personal to ask, but has she served him with papers
Well,
yet, Angel?
well, he something went out certified, and he hasn't signed for it yet. But it doesn't matter because in the state of Pennsylvania, you just have to send it out. I think it's whatever it is, registered as certified mail, and excuse me, and um, and regular mail. So now three things were done. Three things were uh, the certified, registered letter.
Affix it to his door. Affix it to his door.
Yes. Well, and then regular mail. And now I just found out tonight that there was an email sent to him as well.
All right. Well, if he doesn't show up to court, then it means he's in default. That means
Exactly.
that everything can that then you have not even a
Exactly.
fighting chance. Then everything is going to be
Exactly.
taken.
Perfect. Don't show up. That's even better. Don't accept anything and don't show up. That's even better. But
And
like I
Angel,
said at the start of this, I said retract it, apologize, and admit that it wasn't true, and admit that it was a lie about her. And I apologized for everything too. I'll even give him that. And then we'd be done with it. Don't ever mention her or my son ever again.
I honestly think he would try to take any money that has been made by his wife or he and put it in somebody else's name. But I
You
honestly,
can't. The courts aren't that dumb.
I know they would see a W-2 form, they would see money coming in, and they'd be like, "No,
Yeah,
you still owe this.
yeah,
This is you can't just gift things out."
yeah, exactly. And this isn't like the other bozo lawyers. These are different type of lawyers, and
Good.
they're pretty damn good.
Well, good, good. Well, she's, she's had a lot of terrible things said about her, but like I said,
Exactly,
that's what
exactly.
happens with a pretty girl is that you get men like this, and we know what kind of men they are. The way they spoke, the way they've acted. One says he has
Yeah.
a problem with women.
And he allows degenerates in his chat to have her name as their avatars, and you say disgusting things. Name when that was ever done in our chat right here. Name one time
No,
it was ever done with his daughter or his kids' names in this
no,
chat.
never. And I,
You know
yeah,
how many Shanna fake accounts are in my block list? The most disgusting names, too.
yeah,
Shanna Hairy Hole or some other horrible things are in there.
yeah.
I never let them go up on the screen.
Yeah, like I wouldn't want to see anything being said about his daughter, but he has to understand you can't say things about other people's daughters because his daughter's an adult too.
Exactly.
And his daughter, I'm sure, is working, or if she's not, if she's in college, but whatever she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
If you go and do this and slander, it gets out, it affects people. But at least your daughter, she works so much that all of her coworkers could vouch for her. So, this is all nonsense.
100%. And
I mean, your daughter wasn't sitting on the show like his wife was. His wife was sitting.
anytime he went when he said, I forgot how many times I have, the lawyer has all the has all the what do you call that, all the streams he did. The lawyer has everything, but all the times that he did that to my daughter and my son, I never turned around and said, no, your daughter is this. I never did that. I would never go tit for tat with somebody's kids.
I agree. And I said I didn't believe there was a tape about his wife out. I thought that was just.
Well, the only thing when it comes to that, I'm not going to, you know what? I apologize. Okay, forget it. I don't want to bring it up. I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, no, I don't think that, like, I've never said anything or bought into some of the rumors about his daughter that may have been started by someone else, content creator, who I think just retracted what he said. I don't know. Not interested
Yeah.
in the other family members, and I don't think anyone should be interested in bothering anyone else's.
Yeah,
But then
exactly.
also don't say stuff about a first responder. Don't try to go and crucify him because, while you were high, he was trying to get people out of a burning building.
Exactly.
And he, things were twisted there. So, and he wasn't allowed to defend himself. That's not right.
You're not.
That shows you how this person can be. And when something happens to him, when Chicago Muscle says things about him or says, I've got pictures of your daughter, look how off the wall he goes. But it's like you're inviting this. When you want to bully, what happens is you invite a bigger bully, and you either partner with them or you get taken over by them. So it's kind of funny that they're all upset about a guy, they don't know his name. Like I said, he just has kind of this laugh, and he shows their their records, and yeah, he said, I will do this, but they're threats, but it hasn't been done. But he said, I will do it, but just the thought of that. And I feel like saying, if the thought of that makes you go so crazy, then why the hell are you actually going through with it with other people? Because at some point it may happen. I mean, if you think about it, if everything else has been done and this person won't stop, for his own family's sake, should just back off. It's not worth it. Why? Yeah, his daughter's a very pretty girl. I'm sure she's fine. There's nothing wrong, but why do something where she's going to get dragged into it? Or, the other stepson, the adult, not the other one. Don't keep on doing this where you're going to get your family dragged into it.
Exactly.
Karen,
Go ahead.
I honestly think he doesn't care. It's all about the money and the views. That's all he cares about.
I agree, Carol.
I don't think he cares about his family, anything, because any person that cares about their family wouldn't be acting like this.
Exactly.
I agree. He cares unless the women around him are made to look bad. He's had problems with things said about his wife, or when someone was saying things about his daughter. So that's the only time where he doesn't like that embarrassment. But yet I agree with you, he will keep on going out there and keep on. He'll say, but you've insulted my wife, you've insulted, and kind of uses her as a shield. But he keeps on firing the shots.
And he forgets he started it,
Oh, he knows he started it. He's just, it's just a way of changing the narrative for his audience.
He's a manipulator.
Yeah. Listen, what did he say? His own words are, I am a master manipulator. I can make you believe anything that I want you to believe.
That comes with years of being on drugs.
Those are his words.
That comes with years of being on drugs. He believes that. He thinks because he hasn't fooled everyone, and now he's been served with court papers. So it's not. I don't think that's worked out for him too well.
And Angel, with the court papers, okay, we had a case where we had to go after somebody. Not only did they go in the house and empty it, they attached their bank accounts and everything else. He doesn't really realize how PA works.
Yep. She's right.
Giving him his information.
Doesn't matter. Right. I know I'm right. And it doesn't matter because he thinks nothing's going to happen.
No, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, once that judge bangs that gavel in your favor, he'll find out.
Well, and there's no coming back from that either. He can't get an appeal on that. Like, that's what he don't understand. I mean, I think that in some states there may be like 30 days after a judgment you can do it. But I know in my case, when it's a done deal, it's a done deal. I got my money back.
He thinks that because he was going, the courts are gonna laugh at it. Gotti, mass murdering Gotti. Listen to me, buddy boy. My daughter is not a mass murdering anything. My daughter is a hard-working girl with everything high school, and then college, and then her workaholic. If you think that a judge is going to pick you, a foul-mouthed racist, um, who threatens women, over her, you have another thing coming. That's so funny. He thinks the lawsuit is from me. It's not from me. I have nothing to do with the lawsuit. She does.
Well,
You
he'll
know
soon
what?
learn.
You know, Angel, what's funny? If he does show up and the judge asks him what his job is, what is he going to tell her? I sit on YouTube all day and beg people for money?
Yeah, he probably will. I
And
mean,
make fake threats to the FBI.
mm.
His wife asked for an FBI fund.
Listen, yeah, exactly. But I'm really looking forward to the new YouTube rules.
I hope they're enforced.
Yeah, you and me both.
It will just make it a lot better because there are other chat rooms where there are problems. That's why I don't go into gone into your chat, but I'm not interested. I don't watch most of these people's shows. I've
Mhm.
heard of them, and the only time I peeked in is, like I said, if I'm told by somebody else, something's going on there, and it's gonna
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to see it for myself to get a frame of reference. And then I think, my God. But some of these chat rooms, some of these content creators, I feel like you have to have like the mindset of a 7-year-old to believe anything that they're saying.
That's
Mm.
another thing. Like a lot of what he says is just simply not believable. And like he may be able to manipulate the small minded people around him, but some people actually have an education. Like you cannot, piss down their back and tell them it's rain.
Right.
People actually go and look into stuff and like, I don't understand why it's just like he just pulls shit out of thin air.
I
It doesn't
agree.
even make sense. It's like, dude, that ain't even plausible. Like, y'all were friends for 8 months and you act like you got her whole life story down pat.
Mm.
Right. Well, the guy in Florida, that's the one who really kind of is a very weak show, and he has less subscribers, whereas the guy in Pennsylvania will speak better and position things better, but when you know the whole history, you know that it's not valid. That's a problem. I think though, if he does move off to shows where he's looking at things like Casey Anthony and he wants to do that, he's better off doing that. But the damage is done. You're not gonna turn the boat around so quickly.
He's like a walking contradiction.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how anyone could make it their live stream to be on YouTube. I mean,
Mm.
this is not the big time. This is not a major studio. This is nonsense. Like even the bigger shows on YouTube aren't known all over. Like it's just kind of silly. I what do I know?
You want to know something that's odd to me? Like you don't know who these people in his chat are. You don't know who Miss Can't Be Wrong is. You don't know, but people like Wise Guy TV, who I told him, he had permission to use my brother's videos. Nobody was going to strike him, or I promoted his channel, and then you turn around while he's bashing and calling me filthy names, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, the problem is with
Like
these.
he was actually okay with what FBS is doing. What the hell happened to you, Pat Cannon? Like what happened there? Like where did you suddenly turn around and think that what he's saying about me is true, or it's okay about any woman? Like did this become okay to you, Wise Guy TV, that you would encourage this punk to talk so badly about women? Who raised you people?
Well, Angel, see, for them, it's not even about that. They're looking at it this way. they want a bigger piece of the pie. They want to they're viewing it as business in a weird and warped way, and they're kind of acting like a little mini entertainment industry where they're like, we can do anything because we got to get to the top and we've got to crush whoever is in the way, and I don't care, and there's no loyalty. And so when you first got on and you had an open chat, I was kind of concerned because it gives people more access, and it's they they'll hang on to your father's name without realizing, like, you're a separate person. And I was interested in what you had to say.
Mhm.
But then when you go into other people's chats and you're doing it with a with a good heart, saying, hey, I like your content, you never know what you're dealing with, and these people are more apt to sort of cannibalizing each other and then just
Uh-huh.
getting more subs and just siding with whoever they think is in the lead. And then of course they'll kick them to the side if they can if they can move even further with their subs. It's just something where loyalty doesn't exist when it comes to things like this. People get too obsessed with the hearing the sound of their own voice. They get too obsessed with the feedback from people. And it's something where you're taking regular people that have never been in something that's kind of like more of a public facing situation, even though it's YouTube, but it still is on the internet. That's why they're doing it. They're not able to handle it. It's gone to their heads, which is kind of pathetic, but it's gone to their heads. But here's the thing, their channels aren't going to really grow. No production value, not going to grow. They don't have storylines.
Right.
Netflix is not going to go and pick this up. I hate to tell tell people who think that that will happen, but it's not. Even Rolling Stone laughed and was like, we're not picking up the
Oh,
story.
did you hear that?
No.
I heard it.
Oh, oh, I love that sound. Thank you so much, Matt.
That was the
Very,
Queens.
very nice. Thank you. The coins. I love that sound. Thank you so much. That was very nice of you. Thank you so much and very generous. Thank you. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. So go ahead. I'm sorry I
That's
interrupted.
no, I had said everything that I was going to say. I said it's just not
Mhm.
going. I said if Rolling Stone wasn't going to pick this up,
Oh,
not
this was
not
ridiculous.
going to be
He
picked
was
up.
telling his chat, everybody go report it. Every newspaper in the country. Every newspaper in the country, what? About MRE. Are you kidding me?
Like, we don't have bigger problems right now. Seriously. Everybody's going to stop what they're doing and report
Well,
on this.
From what I remember, he was
Great.
saying to report you, but that's the thing. Then they're going to pull up everything he said. So if he wants to report MRE, which, like I said, it don't like some of the things that I'd heard that had come up. I know that you said that he apologized, but Chris
Yeah.
Ladrago has said racist things too. So it's like, if you're gonna call somebody on something, you have to answer for what you did. And if you really want that story to be carried,
But
you're
why
not going to win the war.
why do you think that I kept doing what I was doing? Because he said that he was doing this. And so what I did was um, start the show with all the racist things that he
Yeah.
has said. Remember, I said, people, I'm doing this for a reason.
Yeah.
That's why. Because if you're going to report one person and you want all these newspapers to come and reporters to come and report on it, I'm going to show what you're doing. What you're doing is worse, much worse than anything MRE may or may not have done. What he's done is much worse.
I know. Angel, check your Instagram messages whenever you can. There might be something that might be of interest to you. But yeah, I agree with you. And I do remember seeing that, and I think that was good. Yeah, you never know what will happen on YouTube. We're always in the twilight zone. But I wish we did have little Anthony Fremont.
Did you leave me an Instagram message?
Yeah.
When?
a while ago.
Oh, okay, because I don't see anything.
No, you should see it.
Angel doesn't check messages, doesn't check
Oh, I know.
check
I don't.
Twitter,
Oh,
doesn't check Twitter,
Facebook.
doesn't check Facebook. Yep, Marla, we know.
Yes.
oh my God, I know. I'm terrible.
That's all right. It's social media. I'm pretty much off of social media. This is the only thing, and sometimes I'm like, I don't know how I get roped into watching. After a while, I'm like, what else is going to go on? But I wish we had a little Anthony Fremont from the Twilight Zone. That
Yeah,
episode where the kid
little Anthony. Yeah,
he wished everyone into the cornfield.
that's a good idea, Karen. And you're right. I'm going to ask Kane Shades to do it.
All right.
Push. Do you remember when he turned the man into the Jack of the Box? Jack
That's
in
right.
the Box.
And then
And
he had to wish him into the
kept
cornfield.
going back and forth.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite episodes, and that I always said that. Who did I say? I used to call Lee Cole Little Anthony.
Yeah. Wish you would, because Lee would read half the post and then he'd be like, "No, that's it." I'm like, "Just read the rest of it."
I used to call Lee Cole Little Anthony.
Oh my God, he was. There were a lot of great Twilight Zone episodes. The After Hours with the mannequin
Oh yeah, the mannequin.
that came
That's
to
right.
life,
Yes, that came to life.
or
My
Talkie
favorite.
Tina.
Wasn't that
Talkie-
an 80s movie as well?
Oh yeah, with Kim Cattrall. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the Twilight Zone was way before my time, but I always would catch it during marathons for like holidays, like 4th of July when I was a kid.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mark Schumacher, and good night, and thank you.
Bye,
Have a
Mom.
good night, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much for everything. Really,
You know
thank
what episode is on now? All in the Family.
Oh wait, why is my TV? Oh yeah, mine. The Twilight Zone, is it coming on yet? Today's Saturday. No, it's over.
Oh, I
The
love
one where
Twilight.
Sammy Davis Jr. shows up.
Oh, that
He just told him, he goes, "You're a credit to your race." And he goes, "I'm sure you've done well for yours as well."
oh my God. You know what I loved? The Jeffersons, and I, of course, saw it in reruns because it would have been before my time. But the Jeffersons, Sanford and Son, like all of those, and even like All in the Family had a bunch of spinoffs, like Gloria's Place, Archie's Place,
Maud.
That's right. That's right.
I liked her better as Dorothy. I didn't really get into that show.
I liked.
Crazy about Maud. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, I liked her better as Dorothy on Golden Girls.
I wasn't really a big Golden Girls fan either.
Really?
You know, if it was on, I watched it, but I wouldn't.
I remember I'd only watch it when I was sick because it would be on at like Saturdays.
Exactly.
If I were like home sick, I would see it. But yeah, Betty White said something funny. She said B. Arthur didn't like me, and they said, "Well, why?" She said, "Because I was happy all the time."
Really?
She said that B. Arthur I don't know, she was kind of crabby.
Wow. I love, you know what they had on Me TV now every Sunday it's Christmas. So all the old shows, but they're Christmas episodes.
Oh, you mean like Miracle on 34th
No,
Street, that stuff?
no, like in other words, all the favorite shows like last week they had the Lucille Ball show.
Oh,
Not
I got it.
Not I Love Lucy, the Lucille Ball show. Do you remember that when her and Vivian Vance had their own show, but there was no Desi or
the husbands. Yeah,
Ricky
I didn't get into that.
Fred. There was no Ricky and Fred. No, it wasn't. It wasn't as good as the I Love Lucy.
No,
show.
it wasn't.
No, but they did have 2 cute Christmas episodes on, and it was weird because they were like, they didn't explain where their husbands were, but she was Lucy Carmichael and Vivian was, what was Vivian's last name? I forgot her name, and they had kids like and Mr. Mooney. Was it Mr. Mooney? Was that his name? I don't know, but it was cute to see that, but not as good as I Love Lucy. Nowhere near it.
You know, Vivian Vance hated working with William Frawley. Hated each other.
Are you kidding?
She hated him. I
Why?
read this was like a documentary much later on because I certainly wouldn't have known. But apparently also she hated the fact that she had to look older. And yeah, she just did not like William Frawley. Couldn't
Oh,
stand him.
wow.
Couldn't
Never
stand
knew
him.
that. Yeah, never knew that.
No. It's interesting all of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I ever had to pick only one show that's my favorite all-time show, it's I Love Lucy.
So I love Sanford and Son.
Oh, you did? Really? What about you, Carol?
I used to watch them all, but All in the Family was my favorite.
Oh, was it? What about you, Marla?
Mama's Family.
Are
That
you
was
kidding? Really?
Yeah.
That was good. See, I was not more of a sitcom girl. I liked well, the stuff that I watched, my mother was like, God, you're too young. Like, I liked Miami Vice, and then I liked Wise Guy and Crime Story and all of that stuff. Like that's the stuff that I had liked. But sitcoms I wasn't really into, but I would see them on reruns. But I did like Taxi. I can remember watching that as like a, real little kid. I do remember Taxi.
That was good. I love that episode where they're trying to get, I forget what his name is right now, but he's taking a test and he
Oh, I
asks
know.
him, what is a yellow light?
Yes, slow down. He asked, and then he asked it slower, Christopher Lloyd, and he kept on asking it slower. And they're like, slow down. He just didn't understand that it meant that was the answer. And he just kept on asking it slower. That was
Yes,
good.
that was hilarious.
That and Louis De Palma. That character, that was great. Danny DeVito's character.
Yeah.
Taxi that was very funny.
That was my mom's show. That and I Love Lucy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to see I Love Lucy in reruns when I was like sick home from school because that's when they would run it for some reason. That and The Price is Right.
Oh, yeah, that was always on right before the soap operas. I remember that. Frasier's good too. I love Frasier.
Oh, yeah, I did like that. That is true. I stopped, I don't know, after a while, I ended up cutting the cord and not watching stuff, but then I ended up watching The Real Housewives, and that I should feel shame for. That was just a waste of time, all scripted, and it got on my nerves. It was just really wealthy women fighting about nothing.
Which
That
one
was the
did
whole
you
show.
watch?
Oh, I first saw the OC one because that's when the first one came out. Then New York, New Jersey, which that had a lot of crazy going on, which was real.
That's the one I watched, the New Jersey one.
That one. They still have some very real problems to this day. And then I watched the Housewives of Beverly Hills. The Florida one didn't hold my attention, and then there was ones of Potomac, but that didn't really hold my attention either.
Were those on long? Because it didn't seem like they were on for that long at all.
No, they weren't. I think they just didn't have enough of a storyline. Same with Miami. They just didn't have enough of a storyline. Mm-hmm. And wasn't there Atlanta too? There was Atlanta. I think.
Yeah, I watched that a couple of times, but I kind of like the one in New Jersey. They just always had something popping, so I always watched that one. It just seemed like it was 1 week from the next. It was something, and what was so sad is I started out that show loving Teresa, and by the end of it, I couldn't stand her, so I had to give it up. They kicked my girl off the show, Carol. I liked her. They kicked her off the show.
You like Carol? See, I didn't really like Caroline Manzo because she didn't stand by her sister Dina when Dina was getting a divorce. And then when Dina got attacked, with her. I think it was her fiance then. Now he's her husband. And Caroline Manzo still stood up for her brother-in-law, who was allegedly behind the attack, and wrote to the judge saying, I'm writing on behalf of his character. I'm like, what?
Oh,
Oh my.
really?
Oh yeah, that
Oh, I
family
didn't
has a
realize.
very interesting past. Just read up on what happened to the father-in-law.
Caroline Manzo's father-in-law. I didn't
Uh-huh.
know that. See, she was my favorite. I liked her because she was old
Tiny
school.
Manzo.
Yes, she's just. What's his name?
Tiny Manzo, and he wasn't
Uh,
tiny. Just there's that whole family. I have no idea, but there was always something going, some sort of helter skelter going on. Then Teresa went to jail. She didn't think she was going to jail, but they didn't
now that
claim
broke
all
my
their
heart. I did
assets.
start crying when that happened. I was sad
Do
when that
you
happened.
know? Do you know that my sister and Teresa are very good friends?
I did know that your sister and
Yeah.
Teresa knew each other. I didn't know how good friends
Oh
they
no,
were.
they're good friends.
I just knew that when I was watching, I think I was working, and I remember seeing that it showed up on like a website of a broadcast company. It showed up in the entertainment section about Teresa's trial.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it started to make like front page, news, and like the homepage of the websites. And I'm like, that's a lot to handle for someone who is sort of a private person who's now in the spotlight, who's, I mean, it kind of, it got crazy. But I
With
don't think she thought
Teresa?
she was going. Yeah, I don't think she thought she was going to jail. But then, unfortunately, the judge said there have been things that weren't claimed. And by the time they got around to mentioning a Mustang or something that wasn't claimed, I thought that she would be going. And then the judge had Joe serve after, and then he got deported. And I don't think he's ever come back in. But I just remember thinking, wow.
Yeah, that was sad. I was really hoping they didn't send him back, but I just thought, wow. How could you be here all this time and not get legal?
Mm. I know. Well, I know. I don't know. His whole family was, but for some reason he didn't follow through this documentation, and Teresa's father kept on telling him that he should, and he didn't.
Listen, my aunt, the same thing. My aunt didn't know that I don't think she found out till she was in her 40s or something. She already had like 5 kids, but that she wasn't a citizen. Her
Di-
mother, they just brought them over from Italy, and she never became a citizen.
oh my
So
God.
you don't become a citizen for like if you marry somebody from over here, so if you come over here as a kid, like in his situation,
Yeah,
despite how long you've been here, you're still not a citizen.
exactly.
Oh,
Because his parents weren't born here, but yeah, he didn't put through his papers,
Good
which is
night, Miss
strange.
Bennett. Good night. Yeah, but my aunt, the same thing. Her mother and father never did anything. They brought their 3 kids over here, and that was it. They thought, okay. They went to
Wait,
school, they did
did
everything.
did your aunt travel like outside of the country? Because
No,
that's what.
that's what
No.
happened. That's what happened. She wanted to go back to Italy. She wanted to go, just go on vacation, and she couldn't. She wasn't a citizen. If she went to Italy, she would never get back in the country.
oh, wow.
That's crazy. See, that's where I thought that probably something came up, like it was then. But on the show, Joe and Teresa did go to Italy,
Yeah,
and they weren't, for some reason, it wasn't flagged that Joe was a citizen then.
yeah.
I have no idea. After a while, yeah, I haven't been watching that show. I don't even know who's on that show anymore.
Oh yeah, I quit
Yeah,
watching a long
me
time.
either. I haven't watched it in years.
Well, I
There's
cut my cable.
Teresa's best friend is on there now. The one girl, but Teresa's not on there anymore. I think she left the show.
What?
I saw something on Facebook where it said she had she left the show.
I don't really.
I have no idea. I haven't been watching. I've cut the cord for cable like long time ago. So I
So
have no idea.
I'm very curious. What do you do that you don't have cable? What do you do now?
Stream.
You
Yeah, that's
stream?
what I do.
Stream. I'm not, you see, it's so much easier to do that because I can get whatever I want. and I can watch whatever I want, but I was tired of watching like all these episodics, and I didn't really care for it. And I was like, well, I could watch all these cable shows, but I found out that I wasn't watching a whole lot of cable shows. And the stuff that I liked was more like documentaries and things like that, and just sort of
Mhm.
digging into, you know, what happened with JFK and things like that, or missing people, or any kind of true crime stuff, all that kind of creepy. But that's sort of what I liked, but I just wasn't interested in what was running. I just sort of tuned out. And then just I felt like I'm not going to pay this much for something where I'm not watching it as much. So that's when I stopped watching The Housewives. I don't think I don't even think I know what has been going on since, I don't know, like 2016.
Wow.
I just remember reading about what happened to Dina, and Dina is good friends with Teresa.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, and I said that I was Team Dina. I was, I thought that was terrible what happened to her,
Mm-hmm.
and it still blows my mind how her sister wrote a letter to the judge to get her brother-in-law, Dina's ex-husband, off
What
the hook.
happened with that? Did he
I
get?
don't know.
Did he go to trial or anything?
I don't know. It all went quiet, but I just thought it was. I cannot imagine how you would put your sister, and it just place her to the back burner. I don't know.
But
I
her
thought,
sister and her don't get along. They don't. I mean, they didn't talk for many, many, many years.
I know. I think that's because she divorced her husband, and I don't think Caroline is the kind of woman that ever leave Albert. And I think she figured,
Yeah.
well, if you're leaving your husband over that, and I'm staying with my husband over what possibly could be the same thing, she didn't, she didn't care. It was all about Albert. It was all about what she would do. And I guess she thought Dina didn't have a right, but she seems to be happy, and good for her. But what a terrible thing not to stand by your sister. See, I couldn't do that.
Yeah. Right.
I absolutely couldn't do that,
Neither.
because what happened to them? They did get hurt. It was like some home invasion or something.
Yeah. It was exactly that, a home invasion. They broke her nose, I think. She broke her nose.
That poor woman. Well, now she has a beautiful nose now anyway. She's looking great, but it's a
Yeah, she's
terrible thing.
gorgeous. I'm sorry. She's so pretty.
Yeah, she's very pretty. She likes to do lots of stuff for the animals too.
Yes,
She
I
has
know. And she
lots of
does a
charities.
lot with children's charities as well.
Yeah. But it's such a shame, because I remember in one of the earlier episodes, her nephew said, Aunt Dina isn't confrontational. She doesn't like fights. And there was that fight going on with Danielle Staub, and Dina became very nervous. So Dina's not that kind of person.
Good night,
Uh,
Cremel. Thank you.
it's
I'm
Crime
sorry.
Alan. We've chased him out of here because we were talking about the housewives.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Hi, Nunzio. How are you? Hello, Tony Ubats. Yeah, well, oh, I
All right,
found
let me correct that. I'm sorry. I'm not sure that she left. I saw it on Facebook, but it looks like that was like a while ago. So maybe she didn't. I'm not sure. It does not appear.
Oh my God, Marla, your name is so funny. Angels, Robin Quivers.
Yeah.
That's great.
And I am so grateful for Marla.
Marla's a good co-host.
Oh, so I didn't get to finish saying what I was saying at the start of the show. So what he said, I don't even know if we even mentioned it. Did we mention it on here? Because I know we spoke about it in the back. But what he said was that Howard Stern knew that he was going to get in trouble because he was going to talk about women. And so what better thing to do than get a co-host who's and he was going to say racist shit. So what better thing to do than get a female and a black woman. So that's what he said, is that days after MRE was doxxed, I said, oh my God, I need a black co-host so that when they call me a racist, I could say, no, I'm not racist.
The jig is up. They
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
up.
Could you believe that, Marla?
I can believe how
Don't put
it's
nothing past these people anymore. This shit has gotten so adolescent and
Forgot all
childish.
about it. Yeah, I forgot all about it.
Well, I know you guys were talking way before the chat started ever, so you've known each other for, or you had communications with each other before.
Yeah, of course.
Like since 2017.
Exactly. He's so stupid.
Well, he may want to think of getting a co-host then, because he says plenty of things that are racist and sexist. So maybe he needs to have a black woman sitting next to him. Although I don't think he'd last very long.
Exactly.
Well, he does have a man of color on there now, so I think he's cool. He's got it covered.
Oh my
Guess
God.
so.
Man.
I guess so.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm
Ain't
gonna hop off, but thank you for letting me on, ladies.
Oh, thanks for coming on, Karen. This was fun.
All right.
Thank you. That was very interesting.
All right. Bye. Bye, Carol. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you,
Karen.
Karen. Thank you so much. Wow. Could you believe we are on 5 hours?
Yep,
It went by so fast.
it sure did.
But I did fall asleep like 2 times so far.
Oh, Angel, Angel, Angel.
Mm.
Did you see that comment earlier about Lee?
No, what?
That he was over at Gunsmoke show, giving it to them, yelling at them? Something happened.
Do you think that's true?
I don't know. I don't know. If he had enough, it might be.
Is that true?
I don't know. Joey Melrose had posted it.
I was asking in the chat. I'm reading it. I don't know. Does anybody know why or what the reason was why Chicago Muscle went on while I was on? Anybody want to tell me why?
Oh shit!
Anybody know why?
Can't you just message? Well, it's probably late. I was gonna say message Lee and see what it was about. See what he went on there for.
I text him like hold on. Like 12:43, an hour ago. I'm just curious what was going on tonight. Anybody know anything? No idea. Oh, so AG said, Ms. Gotti, check your Instagram. I don't know who you are, AG.
See, I'm trying to go back. I can't go all the way back in the chat to see exactly what was said.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Something with 2 other guys that were on the channel with Gunpoke over there, and Lee had enough about whatever they were saying about him, and he went on.
Really? Is that but is that true?
I don't know. I just saw it in the chat.
Tony Bot says Lee had an insurer and went to bed. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, AG.
Okay, Angel, I'm gonna hop off because my
Yeah.
phone is dying.
Carol, I'm very sorry you didn't get to speak tonight.
It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
It doesn't bother me, Angel.
All
Believe
right.
me.
All right, Carol. Thank
All
you.
right. You're
Thank you
welcome.
so much, Carol. Thank you.
Have a good night,
You're
Carol.
welcome. You too. And Angel, I'll check my emails. If I still have that letter from YouTube,
Yeah.
the email they sent me, I have 5.56's email address. I'll send it to him and then he can forward it to you or whatever.
Why would you think that Mr. Smith has my address or email?
I don't know.
No, he doesn't know anything
Oh.
about me.
Or
This is my friend Mike in Florida, my dear, dear friend. This went by super fast. You're not kidding, Mike. It
well,
did
the
go
other
by
thing
fast.
I can do is screenshot it and send it to Marla.
No, what? Just tell us what it says when you
I
get
don't. I had it. Okay, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
Because I remember getting it in October about the notification about how they were changing the rules and the guidelines.
Wow, I can't wait to read that. Oh my God, Tony Ubach, you're so funny. I bet you ladies can stay on at least another 2 hours. I fell asleep twice already sitting here. I can't help it.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Junkies. Bye, Carol.
Bye-bye, honey, and
Excuse
bye,
me. And thank
Marla.
you so
Have a
much.
good night.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep,
Yeah.
you
all right.
will.
Thank
Okay.
you, Carol.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye-bye.
You good, Marla?
I'm good. We did good. We planned this. What last minute? We came
Yeah.
on here, had a productive conversation. I thought it went good.
Yes, we did. And I appreciate you, Marla.
Oh, you don't have to keep saying that. I was at home watching All in the Family. What else? Enjoying the peace and quiet.
Aw. Well, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. I'm tired. I'm really, really tired.
Thanks for coming on again, Karen S. And of course, Carol, always.
Yes. And thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you.
Have
All
a
right.
good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night.